Chapter 251. Inside the Formation. Zhou Qi stared into Luo Fu's eyes, trying to see if he was lying, but he couldn't. "You're not going to run? Then I won't be polite." Luo Fu raised his hand with a smile and waved it forward. Two words floated out of his mouth. "Let's get to work." Behind him, multicolored light blossomed and fell on the Sky Pillar sect's defensive formation, creating ripples. The Sky Pillar sect had been around for many years and had experienced countless crises, but it had never been as unsolvable as it was today. With the winged flood dragon in front and Silverlight Island attacking from behind, the Sky Pillar sect's cultivators couldn't see any hope. Yu Hongbao stood beside Zhou Qi and softly said, "Senior Martial Brother, let's retreat." Although the formation could still hold on for a while, it wouldn't last much longer in this situation. Once the formation was broken, the Sky Pillar sect's cultivators would truly become turtles in a jar. At that time, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Retreat where? Zhou Qi's gaze was dull. Yu Hongbao's dry lips trembled, but he didn't dare to say those two words. If they wanted to retreat now, they could only return to the 9 provinces through the Pillar of Heaven's secrets. But if they really did that, the sect's many years of accumulation would have to be submissively handed over. Not to mention whether or not they could bear the responsibility of losing their base. They couldn't accept this result. If they retreated, how would they have the face to continue living in this world? What qualifications would they have to call themselves disciples of the Sky Pillar sect? Zhou Qi suddenly said, "We might still have a chance." Yu Hongbao knew that his senior martial brother always had his own ideas, so he looked at him expectantly. Senior martial brother means... Zhou Qi didn't say anything and only sent him a message through the battlefield imprint. Yu Hongbao looked at it and felt that it was true, so he couldn't help but nod. Zhou Qi once again looked at Luo Fu. "Luo Fu, if news of Silverlight Island being able to control the winged flood dragon were to spread, do you know what the consequences would be?" Luo Fu, who was watching the winged flood dragon struggling to break the formation through the light screen, was startled. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and frowned. "What do you mean?" Zhou Qi grinned. "You can think about what I mean." Although Luo Fu felt that this fellow was exaggerating, he could not help but fall into deep thought. Ying Jiao had been lured here by Lu Ye of the Jade Blood sect and had nothing to do with Silverlight Island. However, other than the house siblings, only Luo Fu and Qi sure knew about this. The Sky Pillar sect had no idea. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for them to mistakenly believe that Silverlight Island could control Ying Jiao. Once a ferocious creature, like the winged flood dragon, unleashed its might, even a sect's encampment's grand array would not be able to withstand it. The Sky Pillar sect's encounter was a precedent, so if this matter really spreads... Luo Fu's expression stiffened, and cold sweat gradually formed on his forehead. Originally, in this small area, the foundations of the various large sects were almost the same. Although there was constant friction, no one could do anything to the other. However, if Silverlight Island had a top helper like Ying Jiao, how could the forces of Myriad Devil Ridge not be afraid? This fear would definitely arouse the hostility of the Myriad Devil Ridge forces. This was akin to roasting Silverlight Island on a fire. "Zhou Qi, you scoundrel, don't slander us. Ying Jiao has nothing to do with my Silverlight Island. This is clearly a monster beast of your Sky Pillar sect's encampment." Luo Fu immediately shouted angrily, although he was eager for his sect to be able to control such a demonic beast. If they did not have enough foundation, even if they could use such a demonic beast, it would not bring them any good. It would only arouse the hostility and targeting of the nearby forces in the Myriad Devil Ridge. If 4 or 5 Myriad Devil Ridge forces joined forces to launch a sneak attack on them, Silverlight Island would not be able to withstand it. Who knows if it has anything to do with you? As far as I know, your Silverlight Island has a monster beast elder. That elder seems to be a snake monster, right? These words were so vicious that Luo Fu did not dare to respond for a while. Silverlight Island did indeed have a monster beast elder, and it was indeed a snake monster. Moreover, it was a sea snake monster. This was not a secret. After being neighbors for so many years, who did not know each other's backgrounds. If today's matter were to spread, it would be difficult not to arouse suspicion. If there was even the slightest bit of suspicion, Silverlight Island's situation would not be too good in the future. Luo Fu vaguely understood Zhou Qi's intentions and slightly lowered his eyes. Are you trying to say that in order to prove my innocence, I, Luo Fu, should withdraw from this place? I didn't say that. I'm afraid you're dreaming. Luo Fu coldly snorted. You dog likes to bite at random. When your great formation is broken, if I don't beat the shit out of you, consider yourself lucky. Although joining forces with Ying Jiao to break the formation would indeed arouse some suspicion, how could Luo Fu miss such a heaven-sent opportunity? In any case, since the people of Silverlight Island had come, they would not retreat. As for the future, he would deal with it later. The people of Myriad Devil Ridge dared to join forces against Silverlight Island, and the people of Grand Heaven Alliance were not united enough. Zhou Qi was delusional to think that he could make Silverlight Island withdraw with just a few words. While Zhou Qi and Luo Fu were negotiating, Yu Hongbao stood beside Zhou Qi. Seeing that Luo Fu was unmoved, he could not help but sigh. He felt that senior brother Zhou Qi was thinking too simply. If he were in Luo Fu's position, he would also not retreat. This was a great opportunity to attack and occupy the enemy's base. Seal the heavenly secrets. Zhou Qi suddenly ordered softly. Yu Hongbao was startled. Immediately after, his expression changed. He softly said, Senior brother, seal the heavenly secrets. Zhou Qi clenched his teeth. Yu Hongbao's expression was solemn. Yes, following his actions, the heavenly secrets were sealed. The so-called sealing the heavenly secrets was only sealing the heavenly secrets pillars. This way, the cultivators of Sky-bearing sect would not be able to use the pillars to return to the 9 prefectures. This was to prevent people from escaping when they saw that the situation was not good. The Sky-bearing sect was already in a bad situation. If someone took the lead to escape, it would inevitably lead to great chaos. At that time, they would really have to surrender their base. Yu Hongbao thought that Zhou Qi wanted to lead the cultivators of his sect to live and die with the base. Naturally, he felt solemn. Zhou Qi also saw this and comforted him. There is still a chance. Yu Hongbao shook his head. Senior brother, do you think I am afraid of death? The sect raised me. Now that it is time for me to contribute to the sect, I am not afraid of death. I am only afraid that I will not be able to kill a few of those bastards from Silverlight Island before I die. Since Zhou Qi had made a decision, he could only accompany him. If the Sky-bearing sect did not have a good time, Silverlight Island would not have a good time either. Before he died, he would drag a few of them down with him. Ying Jiao was not ordered by them, Zhou Qi said again. His conversation with Luo Fu just now seemed to have no effect, but in fact he was just beating around the bush. How could he not know that it was impossible for Luo Fu to be persuaded with just a few words? He just wanted to understand whether Ying Jiao's attack had anything to do with Silverlight Island. Luo Fu's attitude made him certain of one thing. Ying Jiao and Silverlight Island had nothing to do with each other. The two really just happened to meet at the same time. After confirming this, Zhou Qi's heart was filled with bitterness. He could not understand why his own sect's luck was so bad. He also could not understand why Ying Jiao would target the Sky-bearing sect. The two sides had lived together peacefully for over 100 years. He beckoned to Yu Hongbao and whispered a few words. Yu Hongbao's eyes gradually lit up as he listened. He could not help but nod and send out a message. Soon, the cultivators of the Sky-bearing sect knew the plan of their guardian and deputy. At the same time, they also knew that their station had been sealed. Even if they wanted to retreat to the 9 regions, it would be impossible. With their retreat cut off and Zhou Qi's plan as a foundation, although the cultivators of the sky-bearing sect were still nervous, they were not as desperate as before. The light curtain of the grand formation was extremely dim, as if it could break at any time. Hundreds of cultivators of the sky-bearing sect gathered in the square in front of the divine secret hall. Guardian Zhou Qi and Deputy Yu Hongbao were at the forefront of the formation. The entire group was facing the cultivators of Silverlight Island, ready to go. Luo Fu, who had been observing the situation, naturally saw the scene. In a flash, he seemed to understand something and exclaimed, "Not good!" At this moment, he finally understood what Zhou Qi was planning. The sky-bearing sect wanted to divert the disaster by borrowing Ying Jiao's power. He immediately wanted to send a message to Hao Ren and ask if Luya had a way to control Ying Jiao, but it was already too late. Open the formation. Following Zhou Qi's solemn and stirring roar, the grand formation that was about to break instantly disappeared. Without the obstruction of the grand formation, Ying Jiao immediately rushed into the sky-bearing sect station and rampaged towards the place where the cultivators of the sky-bearing sect were gathered. Wherever he passed, a burst of sand and stones would fly. Kill! Zhou Qi roared again and led the cultivators of the sky-bearing sect to attack with Yu Hongbao. The scene was spectacular for a moment. Ying Jiao chased after the sky-bearing sect, while the sky-bearing sect attacked Silverlight Island. The people of Silverlight Island were dumbfounded. Luo Fu's heart sank. The situation was just as he thought, but it was already too late. Stop them! Luo Fu roared. On the other side, Hao Ren and his sister, who were watching this scene from afar, also had their hearts in their throats. Hao Ren whispered, "Brother Ya, we can't let Ying Jiao rush to Silverlight Island." Lu Yi didn't say anything. He had already jumped onto the slope and was watching with rapt attention. His hand tapped on the battlefield imprint and was constantly sending messages to Yi. He didn't expect that the sky-bearing sect would be so tenacious in this desperate situation. He originally thought that after the people of Silverlight Island arrived, the cultivators of the sky-bearing sect would immediately retreat to the 9 provinces because the defensive formation definitely wouldn't be able to withstand being attacked from 2 sides. In the sky-bearing sect station, the distance between the cultivators of the 2 sides quickly closed. The light of a spell lit up from Silverlight Island's side and blasted forward, followed by the light of a flying tool. However, in the face of the attack from Silverlight Island, the sky-bearing sect only defended and didn't counterattack. They blocked all the incoming spells and flying tools. When the distance between the 2 sides was only 40 zhang, Zhou Qi suddenly roared, "Scatter!" The entire sky-bearing sect's group immediately split into 2. With him and Yu Hongbao in the lead, they split left and right and circled around in an arc, preparing to outflank Silverlight Island. When the cultivators of the sky-bearing sect scattered to the left and right, a huge figure appeared in the eyes of the cultivators of Silverlight Island. Then the spells and flying tools that were sent out smashed onto Ying Jiao's body. Ying Jiao, whose scales had fallen off, raised its dark green eyes and looked at them. Amidst the surging monster essence, a large amount of its scales fell off. Percent. Luo Fu immediately cursed, his mind exploding. Chapter 252. Zhou Qi's plan was very simple. The Sky Pillar sect was already at the point of life and death. Since they were unwilling to return to the 9 provinces, they could only divert the disaster. However, there was a prerequisite for this plan to succeed, and that was that the winged serpent was not under the control of Silverlight Island. Otherwise, it would be impossible to implement. The conversation with Luo Fu allowed Zhou Qi to confirm this point. He immediately had Yu Hongbao seal the heavenly secrets, took the initiative to open the formation, and led the cultivators of his sect to rush towards Silverlight Island. When they were 40 zhang away, they dispersed, revealing the winged serpent behind them. They rushed straight towards the place where the cultivators of Silver Light Island were gathered. In order to stop the Sky Pillar sect, the cultivators of Silver Light Island had used a lot of techniques and imperial tools, which all landed on the winged serpent. The winged serpent hissed, and its green eyes reflected the panicked faces of the cultivators of Silver Light Island. Its aura also began to become brutal. Luo Fu, who was standing at the front of the crowd, felt his blood turn cold. He felt that his life had fallen from the peak to the bottom. The ups and downs were really exciting. The winged serpent opened its mouth and spat out a green snake mist. Many imperial tools were contaminated by the snake mist and fell to the ground. "It's over," Luo Fu lamented in his heart. When Zhou Qi looked back, he saw the winged serpent spit out the snake mist. He was overjoyed, knowing that his plan had succeeded. Now, what he needed to do was simple. He would lead the cultivators to the rear of Silver Light Island and block their retreat, letting them deal with the winged serpent. The encampment was originally in danger of being captured, but with his strategy, he had turned defeat into victory. He had even borrowed the strength of the winged serpent to catch Silver Light Island off guard. He could almost imagine the praise the elders of the sect would have for him after this matter was spread back to the sect. From now on, he would be put in an important position by the sect and receive all kinds of cultivation resources. Perhaps he could even use this opportunity to propose marriage to the sect master? Marrying the sect master's only daughter would allow him to reach the peak of his life. His beautiful dream was suddenly shattered because the winged serpent did not attack the cultivators of Silver Light Island. Instead, it turned around and chased after them. Zhou Qi's face turned green on the spot. Why? The Sky Pillar sect had never provoked the winged serpent, so why was it targeting the sect? Seeing the winged serpent actually change direction, Luo Fu, who was about to call out to meet the enemy, swallowed his words. A message came from the battlefield imprint. He hurriedly took a look and found that it was a message from Hao Rin. Only then did he understand why the winged serpent and turn around to chase after the cultivators of the Sky sect. Of Lu. He reached into his storage bag and took out a wine gourd. Trembling, he brought it to his mouth. The ups and downs of life were simply too exhilarating. He drank a mouthful of wine to calm his nerves. After the wine entered his stomach, Luo Fu calmed down a little and shouted, "Only defend. Don't take the initiative to attack." Hundreds of Silver Light Island cultivators gathered together. The body cultivators took the initiative to stand at the outermost circle. The weapon cultivators were at the back, and the weak magic cultivators and ghost cultivators were at the center. Their faces were pale, and their hearts were trembling with fear. But after watching for a while, he realized that the situation had become very delicate. Outside of them, the scattered cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect had once again gathered into a group. Under the leadership of Zhou Qi and Yu Hongbao, they were fleeing for their lives. Behind the cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect, the winged serpent was in hot pursuit. With the Sky Pillar sect as the center, the two sides ran in circles. From time to time, the winged serpent mist would spurt out, and the power of lightning would occasionally fall from its horn. Screams would occasionally come from the Sky Pillar sect. What was going on? The cultivators of the Silver Light Island were dumbfounded. Normally, they would be unhappy to be ignored like this. In any case, they had several hundred cultivators gathered here. Ignoring them meant that the winged serpent didn't put them in its eyes. But in the current situation, they couldn't wait to be ignored. It wasn't that they were ignored. The people of the Sky Pillar sect didn't have time to attack them. They were all running in circles, and the winged serpent was chasing after the cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect. After observing for a while and confirming that their current situation wasn't right, they were still safe. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They clicked their tongues in wonder. After all, none of them had experienced such a thing. Traitor Luo Fu, you still dare to say that the winged serpent wasn't ordered by your Silver Light Island. Zhou Qi's angry voice sounded. At this time, how could he not understand that he had been deceived? The winged serpent was definitely ordered by the people of the Silver Light Island. Otherwise, there was no reason for it to only focus on them. They were running in circles with all their might, but the winged serpent was like a maggot in their bones. F***CKU. Luo Fu wasn't willing to be outdone and cursed back. When the winged serpent was rushing towards them, he was so scared that his heart almost jumped out. Your Silver Light Island is doomed. You'll have to survive today first, you bastard. The two sides had a friendly and fervent exchange. Return to the 9 provinces. Zhou Qi roared unwillingly. The original plan had failed. If they didn't return to the 9 provinces now, not only would they lose their encampment, but their cultivators would also suffer heavy casualties. Under his and Yu Hongbao's lead, the cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect rushed towards the Tianji Hall. Luo Fu's expression was somewhat eager. He clearly wanted to intercept the people of the Sky Pillar sect, but if he really did so, he might accidentally injure the winged serpent. It wouldn't be good if he attracted the winged serpent's hatred. Therefore, even if the opportunity was rare, Luo Fu could only endure for the time being. As far as the eye could see, the cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect were rushing towards the Tianji Hall under Zhou Qi's lead. The winged serpent was in hot pursuit, as if there was some irreconcilable enmity between them. When they arrived in front of the Tianji Hall, the people of the Sky Pillar sect didn't rush in. Instead, they hurriedly set up a formation. On one hand, they let the strong body cultivators block the winged serpent, while on the other hand, they let the magic cultivators and medical cultivators evacuate through the Tianji Pillar. The two sides fought in front of the Tianji Hall, and the rumbling sounds were incessant. However, the Sky Pillar sect had already suffered many casualties. When they were chased by the winged serpent, another batch died. At this moment, as more and more cultivators returned to the 9 provinces, the strength of their defense was rapidly decreasing. Finally, the winged serpent broke through the defense of those body cultivators and plunged into the Tianji Hall. Immediately, a few miserable screams came from inside. Those were the cultivators who didn't have time to return to the 9 provinces. Rumbling sounds came from the Tianji Hall, as if the winged serpent was going crazy. The survivors kept running out of the Tianji Hall. There was no way to stay inside. The winged serpent's body, which was more than 60 meters long, stirred up the Tianji Hall into a mess. Staying inside was just waiting for death. Zhou Qi lay in the ruins covered in blood. He looked at the hundreds of Sky Pillar sect cultivators scattered around with gloomy eyes. He knew that the Sky Pillar sect was finished this time. 5 miles away, Lu Yi flipped onto the tiger's back and said to Hao Rin, "Let your people attack, but don't enter the Tianji Hall." Hoopa rushed out and ran straight to the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. Hao Rin and his sister followed closely behind and sent a message to Luo Fu halfway. After receiving Hao Ren's message, Luo Fu immediately ordered the hundreds of cultivators from Silver Light Island who had been guarding the encampment to kill their way into the Sky Pillar sect's encampment. At this moment, the Sky Pillar sect's encampment was like a defenseless young girl. With hundreds of evil men breaking into her home, the outcome could be imagined. When Lu Yi arrived at the place on Hoopa, rumbling sounds were still coming from the Tianji Hall. The entire Tianji Hall was trembling. Corpses and blood could be seen everywhere in the square of the Tianji Hall. The casualties of the Sky Pillar sect cultivators were hard to calculate. Perhaps some had escaped, but the number was definitely not too many. However, even if those who had escaped back to the 9 states were counted, the Sky Pillar sect's Spirit Stream realm cultivators had been badly beaten. The people of Silver Light Island were cleaning up the battlefield while Luo Fu stood in the square and waited. "Senior brother Luo." Hao Rin and his sister came over with Lu Yi. Luo Fu nodded slightly and turned to look at Lu Yi with a hearty smile. "Is this fellow Taoist Yi? I've heard a lot about you." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Luo. as expected of a tiger sect genius. Fellow Taoist, Yi's methods are amazing. This Luo admires you. Although Lu Yi had not shown up from beginning to end, Luo Fu knew that the main reason they were able to capture the Sky Pillar sect's encampment was this youth in front of him. If he had not been able to control the winged flood dragon, how could the Sky Pillar sect have suffered such heavy losses? Even now, he still did not understand how Lu Yi, a seventh-order spirit stream realm cultivator, could control a vicious beast like the winged flood dragon. However, he would not rashly inquire about it. This matter should not be known by too many people, otherwise it would easily arouse fear. Now that the Sky Pillar sect's encampment had been captured, the next step was naturally to plunder the benefits. Luo Fu turned his head and glanced at the noisy heavens secret hall with a solemn expression. Fellow Taoist Yi, my Silverlight Island will take 20% of the benefits obtained this time. What do you think, fellow Taoist? As the garrison of a sect's encampment, Luo Fu could not act according to his personal preferences. Although he wanted to befriend Lu Yi, public was public, private was private. This time he had brought several hundred cultivators from Silverlight Island. Since they had already captured the Sky Pillar sect's encampment, he could not return empty-handed. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself to the sect. Lu Yi had indeed contributed greatly, but Silverlight Island was not completely useless. If it were not for the arrival of several hundred cultivators from Silverlight Island, the Sky Pillar sect could have forced the winged flood dragon to retreat. For Lu Yi, he originally only wanted to use the winged flood dragon to cause some losses to the Sky Pillar sect. Silverlight Island's help at the critical moment was an unexpected surprise. It could be said that the arrival of Silverlight Island's cultivators had completely crushed the Sky Pillar sect's defenses. From their point of view, taking 30 to 40% was not excessive. However, Luo Fu had other plans, so he said 20% so as to avoid making others unhappy. Lu Yi shook his head. Let's take 50%. We'll split it 50-50. Luo Fu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This is not good, not good. Fellow Taoist Luo doesn't need to decline. In fact, I have a request. If fellow Taoist insists on not agreeing, then it will be difficult for me to ask. He intended to form an alliance contract with Silverlight Island because Silverlight Island was the closest inner circle sect to the Jade Blood sect. If he could form an alliance contract, then the Jade Blood sect's cultivators would be able to come to Silverlight Island to cultivate. Now that he was giving away some benefits, would he be afraid that his sect's cultivators would not be taken care of when they came to Silverlight Island in the future? When going out, having someone to take care of you and having no one to take care of you were two different things. Lu Yi, who was wandering alone, had a deep understanding of this. Chapter 253. Moreover, a few months ago, when Lu Ye's identity was exposed and he was hunted down by the myriad demons Ridge, it was the people from the Haotian Alliance who protected him along the way. If it weren't for those unknown cultivators, Lu Yi would have died on the way. Therefore, even if he didn't have any friendship with the people of Silverlight Island, Lu Yi was willing to give them more benefits because they were also part of the Grand Heaven Alliance. If the two factions were not sincere and united, they would have been nibbled away by the other side long ago. Luo Fu didn't know what Lu Yi wanted, but he had a vague guess. He was a straightforward person, so he only pondered for a moment before laughing. All right, I'll definitely be friends with Brother Yi. He added a brand to Lu Yi on the spot. Lu Yi sent another message. After a short while, Ing Jiao rushed out of the divine secret hall with a rumbling sound. It gradually disappeared under the gazes of the Silverlight Island cultivators. It was led away by Yi. Previously, it had chased after the cultivators of the Sky Pillar sect and even killed its way into the Tianji Hall because Yi was following Lu Ye's instructions. As far as the flood dragon was concerned, it didn't care about the grudges between cultivators, nor did it want to bully the weak. For so many years, it had been living in seclusion in the lake where it lived. If it wasn't for the scale armor being too attractive to it, it wouldn't have caused such a big commotion. "Brother Yi, please." Luo Fu gestured. This time, Lu Yi didn't refuse. Instead, he walked into Divine's secret palace. Looking around, he saw that the palace had been completely wrecked. There was even a huge crater in one corner, and there were a few snake scales next to the crater. He arrived in front of the Divine's secret pillar and placed his hand on it. He used his identity as the guardian of the Jade Blood Sect to plunder the blessings of the Sky Pillar. He could clearly feel that many things were being added to the imprint. It was as if they were imprints. As he plundered, the Pillar of Divine Secrets kept making cracking sounds, as if it could collapse at any time. However, Lu Yi knew that this thing couldn't be broken. After all, it was a gift from the heavens. This was the reaction of plundering blessings. It was the same as purchasing blessings from the Divine Pillar. Some of the mysterious structures within the Divine Pillar were related to the density of spiritual energy in the area covered by the Divine Pillar. During the process of purchasing or plundering blessings, these mysterious structures would change. The heaven and earth spirit chi in the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment was decreasing at an extremely obvious rate. After a short while, Lu Yi walked out and nodded slightly at Luo Fu. Luo Fu followed closely behind. When he came out, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment was almost the same as in the wild. Lu Yi did not know how much she had gained. She would only know after returning to the Blue Blood Sect because plunder could not be directly converted into merit points. She had to store them in the Blue Blood Sect's Heaven's Fate Pillar. Unfortunately, in the process of plundering, a large number of blessings were consumed. Otherwise, the harvest would have been even greater. The cultivators of Silverlight Island were still looting. The Sky Pillar Sect had their own spirit fields and medicinal gardens. There were some spirit flowers and strange herbs planted inside, all of which were good stuff. Moreover, the range of the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment was much larger than the Blue Blood Sect's. This was not a benefit of the inner circle, but rather something that the Sky Pillar Sect had bought with merit points. The range of the Heaven's Fate Pillar was the range of a sect's encampment. At the beginning, every sect was the same. By spending a certain amount of merit points, they could expand the range of the Heaven's Fate Pillar and then expand the range of their encampment. A large encampment would have ample space, which naturally had its benefits. Therefore, in theory, if one had enough merit points, the range of a sect's encampment would be limitless. They could even expand the range of their own encampment to the side of another sect's encampment. However, theory was just theory. In reality, no sect had enough merit points to expand the range of their encampment. 2 hours later, the cultivators of Silverlight Island regrouped and boarded the ship under Luo Fu's command. He sent an invitation to Lu Yi, and Lu Yi naturally did not refuse. She just happened to follow Luo Fu to the Silverlight Island's encampment. At a glance, one could tell that this large ship-like flying spirit tool was not cheap. Silverlight Island had probably spent sect merit points to buy it from the Heaven's Fate Treasury. However, compared to the Wyvern ship that Lu Yi had once sat on, it was still far inferior. The Wyvern ship was a truly powerful weapon for sieging cities and strongholds. On the other hand, Silverlight Island's large ship was only a flying spirit tool. It had a certain amount of defensive power, but it had no offensive capabilities. After arranging for Lu Yi to rest in a cabin, Luo Fu went about his business. Silverlight Island had also suffered some casualties in this battle, but it was very few. There was also the spoils of war that needed to be accounted for, half of which belonged to Lu Yi. When the cultivators of Silverlight Island boarded the ship and returned, news had already spread to the nearby major forces through different channels. This was naturally the handiwork of the already dead Zhou Qi. Before his death, he had revealed that Silverlight Island could control the winged flood dragon. His goal was very simple. Since his own encampment had been harmed, He had to make the other forces of Myriad Devil Ridge more vigilant. Moreover, after he revealed this information, it was very likely that the nearby Myriad Devil Ridge forces would join forces to besiege Silverlight Island. After all, being able to control a winged flood dragon was too terrifying. If it was a sect in the core circle, they might not be so afraid. There were many masters in the core circle who had converted to heaven-grade secret arts. But in the inner circle, a winged flood dragon was basically an unbeatable existence against any force. With such concerns, the nearby Myriad Devil Ridge forces would not be able to sleep peacefully for fear that the winged flood dragon would come knocking on their door one day. Of course, there was also another possibility. Under the deterrence of the winged flood dragon, the Myriad Devil Ridge forces would no longer dare to provoke Silverlight Island. Zhou Qi did not know how things would develop, but he was about to die, so how could he care so much? He would first reveal the information about the winged flood dragon. This caused the nearby major forces to quickly dispatch people to rush to Sky Pillar Sect's encampment to investigate the situation. Not only were there people from Myriad Devil Ridge, but there were also people from Grand Heaven Alliance. It was unknown how Zhou Qi's information had leaked to Grand Heaven Alliance so quickly. When they arrived and took a look, a group of Ninth Order cultivators from different backgrounds were all worried. The entire Sky Pillar Sect's encampment was a mess at this moment. Countless houses had collapsed, and there were traces of fire left behind. That's right, before the people of Silverlight Island retreated, they had set this place on fire. It was truly inhumane. The flowers and plants in the spirit fields and medicine gardens, whether they were mature or not, had all been pulled out. There were still traces of a great battle left on the square of Heavenly Fate Hall. Traces of blood and corpses that had yet to dry could be seen everywhere. The entire Sky Pillar Sect's encampment could be said to be a mess. After receiving the news that the cultivators of Silverlight Island had retreated, the Sky Pillar Sect cultivators who returned from the 9 states to investigate the situation knelt on the ground and howled towards the sky, weeping bitterly. It was too tragic. More and more cultivators rushed over to investigate. As a result, a great battle broke out. The Ninth Order cultivators from both sides fought fiercely, and in the end, no one knew who won. Half a day later, at Silverlight Island's encampment located in the mountains, Lu Yi led Yi off the ship with Hu lying lazily on his shoulder. Luo Fu personally led Lu Yi to a small 2-story building and settled him down. He also said that he would hold a welcoming dinner for him in the evening. This time, Lu Yi had contributed greatly to the destruction of Sky Pillar Sect's encampment, so he needed to hurry back to the sect to report and had no time to accompany him for the time being. He told Lu Yi that if he had any needs, he only needed to tell the house siblings. After Luo Fu left, Lu Yi told the house siblings to rest and to send them a message if he needed anything. He then went up to the 2nd floor with Yi. On the way back, Lu Yi learned from Yi that after she lured Ying Jiao 10 kilometers away, she put the scale armor into her storage bag. However, Ying Jiao was stunned. He threw a tantrum at the place where the aura of the scale armor disappeared before dragging his long body away. He looked at him from afar and found that his eyes seemed a little lonely. Looking at the direction Ying Jiao left in, it seemed that he was going back to the lake where he had been living. As for whether that was true or not, Yi wasn't sure because Lu Yi had already sent her a message to tell her to come back. In the room, Yi was meditating to recover while Hu Pu was eating a spirit pill. Yi had been traveling underground with the scale armor and had consumed a lot of energy, so she naturally needed to recover now. Lu Yi checked his spirit aperture, considering whether to break through to the 8th Order. Previously, he considered that killing enemies in the 7th Order would give him more merit points, and now that he had the capital to kill enemies 2 realms above him, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced a 9th Order. But now, it seemed that killing a 9th Order as a 7th Order would take some effort, so he might as well break through to the 8th Order as soon as possible. Moreover, How could the merit points obtained from killing enemies compare to capturing enemy sex encampments? Most of the merit points he had obtained so far were obtained by killing enemies. Only a small number of merit points were obtained from killing enemies. It was more important to break through to the 8th order as soon as possible. Cultivation was his greatest guarantee. Fellow Taoist E. Suddenly, a shout came from downstairs. Lu Yi poked his head out of the window and saw a young man in green standing below. As if he felt Lu Ye's gaze, the young man raised his head and smiled gently, cupping his fists. "Sorry for disturbing you, fellow Taoist." "Please wait a moment." Lu Yi retracted his head, went downstairs, and opened the door. The young man was standing outside, followed by Hao Rin and his sister. At this moment, the two were holding a large pile of storage bags in their arms. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi immediately understood that Silver Light Island had come to divide the spoils for him. This was quite efficient. "This one is Silver Light Island's Vice Guardian, Qi Shi. Greetings, fellow Taoist E. Fellow Taoist Qi is too polite. Please come in. This small building should be used by Silver Light Island to receive guests." The upstairs was a place to rest, while the downstairs was a place to receive guests. After leading Qi Shi and the house siblings inside, Qi Shi said, "These things are half of the proceeds obtained from Silver Light Island. Senior brother Luo had an agreement with fellow Taoist before, so I decided to send them over. Fellow Taoist, where do you think is suitable?" There were at least 100 or 200 storage bags in this pile. "Please send them upstairs." E led the way, leading the house siblings upstairs and putting down the storage bags before going downstairs. After the house siblings left, Lu Yi and Qi Shi chatted. Lu Yi was mainly learning from others. He wasn't proficient in managing encampments, while Qi Shi was the vice guardian, so he naturally had experience. There was no harm in learning from others. E sat on the side, brewing tea while listening silently. Lu Yi occasionally glanced at her a little surprised. He didn't know that E had such an ability. Chapter 254. The sect will certainly reward us for our great victory. According to Senior Marshal Brother Luo's wishes, a celebratory feast will be held tonight to welcome fellow Taoist. Qi Shi's voice sounded in the side hall. Before Senior Marshal Brother Luo left, he asked me to ask fellow Taoist if it would be convenient for you to come forward. After all, fellow Taoist contributed greatly to the success of this battle. Lu Yi understood what he meant when he said that. In the eyes of most Silver Light Island cultivators, the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment had been captured because they had been targeted by Ying Jiao for some unknown reason. However, a small number of insiders understood that Ying Jiao had been lured over by Lu Yi. During the final battle, the reason why Ying Jiao had chased after the Sky Pillar Sect's people and avoided the Silver Light Island's people was because of Lu Yi. Therefore, Lu Yi had contributed greatly in this battle. Since it was a celebratory feast, Lu Yi naturally couldn't be absent. However, if it were to be publicly announced, it would expose that Lu Yi could control Ying Jiao to some extent. Moreover, the name of Jade Blood Sect's Lu Ye was hated by the people of Myriad Devil Ridge. Once it was exposed, it might bring Lu Yi a lot of inconvenience. Luo Fu and Qi Shi didn't intend to steal the credit and reported everything to the sect without concealing anything. However, they had to consider Lu Ye's wishes. It had to be said that they were very considerate. Lu Yi reckoned that someone of Luo Fu's character wouldn't have considered this. It should be Qi Shi who had thought of some key points and was using this visit to probe Lu Ye's intentions. We were able to win this battle because the fellow Taoists of the Sky Pillar Sect worked together and encountered Ying Jiao's attack. It didn't have much to do with me. Hearing this, Qi Shi nodded. I understand. After chatting with Lu Yi for a while, Qi Shi bid farewell and left. Yi closed the door and excitedly ran to the second floor with Lu Yi to count their gains. Even with Lu Ye's current lockpicking efficiency, It would still take him 2 or 3 days to open all 1 or 200 storage bags. However, there were a few storage bags that weren't locked, and inside were all strange flowers and plants, as well as spirit tools. These flowers and plants were definitely plundered by the Silver Light Island cultivators from the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment. As for the spirit tools, after the Sky Pillar Sect's people died, the spirit tools naturally became ownerless. Just by looking at these things, it was clear that Luo Fu and Lu Yi had agreed to split the spoils 50-50. "We're rich," Yi excitedly shouted. She had never seen so many storage pouches piled together. Lu Yi picked up the storage pouches to break the restriction locks. Every time she opened one, Yi would count the spoils and put them into the storage pouches that she had prepared beforehand. When night fell, noises gradually came from outside. Moreover, it was getting more and more lively. It seemed that many cultivators had gathered. Yi looked over and saw that the cultivators of Silver Light Island were all gathered at the plaza of Tinji Hall. They had set up tables and chairs. The plaza was decorated with all kinds of illumination objects, brightly illuminating the entire plaza. A moment later, a fragrance wafted over. The Silver Light Island cultivators were preparing to hold a celebratory feast. They had been enemies with the Sky Pillar sect for over 100 years, but they had never had such a hearty victory, so it was naturally exciting. Hu-Pa, who was sleeping soundly, smelled the fragrance and raised its head to look at Lu Yi with an expression that said it was hungry. Hao Rin and his sister led a group of people over and set up a table on the first floor. Exquisite delicacies were continuously sent over. Silver Light Island had even considered Hu-Po's request and sent over a large piece of fresh beast meat. A moment later, Luo Fu's resounding voice came from the Sky Pillar Sect's plaza. The general idea was that he didn't disappoint the sect's expectations. Everyone had worked hard in this expedition to the Sky Pillar Sect's encampment, and they should continue to work hard in the future. From time to time, there would be loud cheers, and the celebratory feast began. A moment later, Luo Fu and Qi Shi arrived together. "Brother Yi, I'm really sorry." Luo Fu apologized as soon as he opened his mouth. Silver Light Island's celebratory feast was bustling with noise and excitement, but the biggest contributor was hiding here, so he was really sorry. However, after listening to Qi Shi's analysis and Lu Ye's previous decision, Luo Fu knew that he had underestimated the situation. Although this was a bit unfair to Lu Yi, it was the best choice. "It's fine." Lu Yi smiled and led them into the room. They toasted each other while Yi looked on worriedly. Lu Yi had never drunk before. Perhaps it was because of Li Baxian, but when they were in the Blue Blood sect, second senior sister prohibited everyone from drinking. Even the sect master sometimes drank secretly when he was greedy. So, Yi didn't know if Lu Yi could drink. Fortunately, after 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Ye's expression was normal. After all, he was a 7th order cultivator. How could he get drunk so easily? At the table, Luo Fu took the initiative to mention an alliance contract with the Blue Blood sect. Lu Yi gladly agreed. This was also his purpose in coming to the Silver Light Island station. The two immediately signed an alliance contract with the authority of their respective station. This way, the disciples of the Blue Blood sect could come to the Silver Light Island station for life experience in the future. They could even spend merit points to directly teleport back to the Blue Blood sect station. I heard some rumors before that the 2 neighboring forces of the Blue Blood sect in Myriad Demon Ridge have been crippled. I wonder if this is true? When the insect tide broke out, this matter was not small, but this place was still a bit far from the Blue Blood sect station. Luo Fu and the others had heard people mention it by chance, but they didn't pay much attention to it. The inner circle didn't pay much attention to the matters of the outer circle, just like how the core circle didn't pay much attention to the inner circle. It wasn't that they looked down on them, but that the sects of each inner circle had their own allies and enemies. They had their own matters to deal with. There is such a thing. It's related to the insect tide. And there was a sect called Heavenly Fiend Temple that didn't handle the insect tide well, causing it to break out and implicating the Feng family. My Blue Blood sect took advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack and killed many people. So that's how it is. Luo Fu nodded. So the Blue Blood sect is very safe. You can say that. Brother Luo, is something the matter? Lu Yi noticed something. Luo Fu sighed and said, it's like this. One of my sect's elders has a beloved daughter who has been cultivating in the sect station and is now a third-order cultivator. Brother Yi also knows that the world energy of the inner circle sect station is rich and the efficiency of cultivation is high, but it's not good to keep cultivating behind closed doors. As a cultivator, how can we not see blood? That junior sister has been clamoring to go to the outer circle to gain experience. These days, she has been pestering me to find a way to send her out. Brother E, you don't know, but I get a headache when I see her now, but the elder doesn't agree. He's afraid that my junior sister will encounter an accident in the outer circle. If the Blue Blood sect situation is so good, I think we can send her to the Blue Blood sect. For the time being, no one dares to attack the Blue Blood sect station. With Xiao Hui in charge, who would dare to come and die? Ying Jiao almost broke the sect defending array of the Sky Pillar sect station by himself. So how could Xiao Hui, who is on the same level as him, be inferior? I'll go back and ask that elder's opinion on this matter. After eating and drinking for a while, Luo Fu and Qi Shi took their leave. After all, they were the guardian and vice guardian. Tonight's celebration banquet was lively, so it was inappropriate for them to stay at Lu Ye's place. They had to go drink a few cups with their junior brothers and sisters and brag. After sending Luo Fu and Qi Shi away, Lu Yi shook his head and laughed thoughtfully. What are you laughing at? Yi was puzzled. Nothing. Tell me. Yi grabbed Lu Ye's hand and shook it, acting like a spoiled child. I have already signed an alliance contract with Luo Fu. If he really wants to send his sect's cultivators to the Blue Blood sect to gain experience, he doesn't need to inform me. However, he asked me about the situation at the Blue Blood sect and told me about his junior sister. He wants to tell me that his junior sister has a noble status, so when she goes to the Blue Blood sect, he wants them to take care of her. Then why don't you just say it directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush? Lu Yi raised his hand and pinched her face, twisting it left and right. There are some things that are meaningless if they are explained clearly. The little girl's touch was getting better and better. Yi angrily slapped his hand away and pouted. However, Luo Fu's request wasn't a big deal. The Blue Blood sect would take care of the people they sent, so when the Blue Blood sect's disciples came, they would definitely enjoy the same treatment. This was the way of the world. Under the night sky, Luo Fu and Qi Shi walked side by side. Qi Shi said, Senior brother, that fellow Taoist, Lu seems to be very good at using others to do his dirty work. What do you mean? Look, in the outer circle, the Blue Blood sect's Heavenly Fiend Temple and the Feng clan were crippled by him using the insect tide. When they came to the inner circle, the Sky Pillar sect was crippled by him using Ying Jiao. Luo Fu was startled. He hadn't realized this before, but now he understood. So, 3 myriad demon ridge forces have already fallen at his hands. Moreover, that fellow Taoist Lu just said that the Heavenly Fiend Temple failed to resist the insect tide, causing it to erupt and even the Feng clan to suffer. However, the insect tide that the sects in the outer circle have to deal with is actually not difficult. As long as they work together, it is impossible for the insect tide to erupt. At most, they will lose some people. You mean, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Lu is involved in this. As for what he did inside, I don't know. Just like this time, those who don't know wouldn't know that he was the one who lured Ying Jiao over. Luo Fu thought about it and found that it was true. Although the insect tide was a natural disaster, as long as it was dealt with in time, it could be dealt with, unless someone was secretly plotting something. Moreover, he is only in the 7th order. but he can kill a ninth order cultivator 2 realms above him, with such talent and means if he is allowed to grow. It's terrifying. Luo Fu clicked his tongue. I'm afraid that Myriad Demon Ridge won't have good days in the future. Qishur said, Yeah, I'm just glad that he's from Grand Heaven Alliance. Luo Fu laughed. Then we should celebrate. Let's go. We're not going home until we're drunk. Senior brother, I'm talking business with you. Qishur was dragged to the square by Luo Fu with a helpless look. Soon, a large group of cultivators gathered around, each holding a wine jar. Chapter 255. It had been 3 days since Sky Pillar Sec Station was taken. In the guest hall of Silver Light Island Station, Luo Fu was receiving several cultivators. These cultivators were all ninth order cultivators, both men and women. Each of them was either a guardian or a deputy guardian of a sec station, and without exception, their stations weren't far from Silver Light Island. Because Qishur had warned him before, Luo Fu knew what was going on when he saw them come together. Sure enough, these people were all here to inquire about Ingjiao. They all said that if Silver Light Island was willing to use Ingjiao to help them capture the enemy station, they would split the benefits, 40-60. They would take 40, and Silver Light Island would take 60. The news that Zhou Qi had sent out before his death was effective. Now, not only were the nearby forces of the Myriad Demons Ridge extremely fearful of Silver Light Island, even some people from the Grand Heaven Alliance believed it. That was why they had come here to discuss the alliance with Luo Fu. In this regard, Luo Fu was willing but powerless. If Silver Light Island could really use Ingjiao, then there was nothing to say. They could cooperate with these forces and take down several Myriad Demon Ridge Forces stations. At that time, they could share all the benefits. The key was that they couldn't control Ingjiao. The one who could control Ingjiao was someone else. Luo Fu couldn't say it clearly. In the end, he had no choice but to swear a heaven's secret oath and tell them that Silver Light Island was able to take down Sky Pillar Sec Station by luck and that Ingjiao had nothing to do with Silver Light Island. After swearing a heaven's secret oath, the guardians who came to ask for help left in disappointment. After sending them off, Luo Fu glanced at the cultivation room. Junior Brother Qi, did Brother Yi tell you that he wants to cultivate and gain experience here? No, Qishur shook his head. What a pity. If Lu Yi was really willing to join Silver Light Island, it would undoubtedly be good news for Silver Light Island. Not to mention Ingjiao. Lu Yi's strength alone was enough to make them pay attention. Since Lu Yi didn't mention it, there was a high probability that he wouldn't stay here for long. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. It all depended on one's own will. When I get back, I'll try to sound him out and see if I can get his help again. If he can really control that winged flood dragon, then we'll go and destroy the Misty Cloud Order. I've been annoyed by those weird bastards for a long time. The Misty Cloud Sect was another Myriad Devil Ridge faction that neighbored the Silver Light Island. Although the enmity between them wasn't as great as the enmity between the Silver Light Island and the Sky Pillar Sect. Since they were neighbors, there was no lack of friction. If they could destroy the Sky Pillar Sect first, then the Cloud Smoke Sect, then the Silver Light Island would be able to dominate the surrounding 1,000 miles and do whatever they wanted. At the same time, in a practice room, Lu Ye's spiritual energy was surging, constantly attacking the barrier of his spiritual aperture. Along with a light sound from the spiritual aperture, the 144th aperture's barrier was broken, and a trickle of spiritual energy flowed in. 144 spirit apertures was the standard for breaking through to the 8th order. Lu Yi didn't stop and continued to circulate his spiritual energy, passing through the idle spiritual cavities and forming a small cycle. Waves of energy swept out from his body, indicating that he had broken through to the 8th order. From the 7th order to the 8th order, it took Lu Yi about 50 to 60 days. This speed wasn't fast for him, because when he was in the Blue Blood sect, he followed Madame Yun to cultivate spirit runes during the day. But right now, he didn't need to advance too fast. Cultivating too fast without enough time to consolidate his foundation wasn't a good thing. It would only create an empty shell without the strength to match it. Li Baxian had also told him that he must pay attention to solidifying his foundation while cultivating. For an ordinary cultivator, breaking through from the 7th order to the 8th order in less than 2 months was still very fast. Fortunately, Lu Yi had experienced a lot of battles, and he could enter the Mirage Realm at any time to temper himself. Everything he experienced in the Mirage Realm was extremely real, including the feeling of death. The combat skills and experience accumulated through repeated deaths were not something ordinary methods could compare with. It was the essence of recording one's life and injuries. So, even if Lu Ye's cultivation speed was fast enough, he could still maintain a combat strength that far exceeded his peers. He continued to swallow spirit pills to cultivate, wanting to see how many spirit pills it would take to open a single aperture after reaching the 8th order. After half a day, he concluded that it would take about 35 spirit pills to open a single aperture. This was undoubtedly a terrifying number. Back when he was in the 3rd or 4th order, he only needed a dozen or so spirit pills to open a single aperture. At that time, he already felt that it was a lot, but compared to now, it was nothing. The higher the cultivation, the more spirit pills it would take to open a single aperture. From the 8th order to the 9th order, it would take 36 new spirit apertures to open. If he only used spirit pills to open his apertures, he would need to consume more than 1,200 spirit pills. Of course, Lu Ye's current cultivation didn't just rely on swallowing spirit pills, so the real consumption would definitely be less than half of this number. Suddenly, Yi Yi's muffled groan came from the side, and her face turned a little pale. She had died in the Mirage Realm. Yi also had merits. Since the sect master had branded her with the battlefield mark, she was a disciple of the Blue Blood sect. She could also obtain merits by killing enemies, but most of her merits came from the monthly salary that Huasiai distributed to her last time. So it wasn't much. Coupled with her previous gains from killing enemies, she had less than 1,000. Her merits were useless, so Lu Yi let her enter the Mirage Realm to gain experience. She would encounter many battles in the future, so the Mirage Realm was a good place to temper herself. Is it fun? Not at all. Yi was annoyed. It was obvious that she had been taught a lesson by those insects in the Mirage Realm. Take your time. And Yi replied in a muffled voice and sat down to restore herself. Lu Yi, on the other hand, took out an item from his storage pouch to refine. It was a flight-type spirit artifact from the 9th order cultivator named Yuanguang, and its quality was quite good. After the 7th order, there was a watershed. When one's cultivation reached this level, they could use flying artifacts to kill enemies. After reaching the 8th order, one could use flying artifacts. Of course, how fast and how far one could fly depended on one's foundation. Generally, 8th order cultivators didn't use flying artifacts because it consumed too much energy and they couldn't fly fast or high enough. It was easy to be targeted in the wild, and once they were shot down from the sky, they wouldn't have a good ending. This situation would only improve after reaching the 9th order. So those who dared to use flying artifacts in the wild were basically 9th order cultivators. Although Lu Yi had the flying wing tattoo, this thing had a lifespan. Back then, Madame Yin had said that this tattoo could only be used for 6 hours at most. After obtaining this tattoo, Lu Yi would occasionally use it. Calculating, this tattoo's lifespan had been greatly reduced, and it probably wouldn't be used for much longer. Therefore, he needed to master the power of flight, and the 8th order was just the threshold to use flying artifacts. One day later, Lu Yi walked out of the cultivation room, followed by Yi. Luo Fu immediately sent a message. After a short while in the guest hall, the two of them sat down. Brother Yi, I'm a rough person, so let's get straight to the point. After getting familiar with each other, Luo Fu didn't say any polite words, A few days ago, a few guardian envoys from Grand Heaven Alliance came over and wanted to cooperate with my Silver Light Island to attack the 10,000 Demons Registation. Lu Yi nodded. It was normal for neighboring or nearby forces to cooperate. When he brought people to attack the Feng family, he contacted Everlasting Veranda. But Brother Yi should know that it's not easy to break a sex guardian array. Without powerful assistance, even if two forces work together, they may not succeed, and the assistance they value is winged flood dragon. Since Luo Fu had said so, how could Lu Yi not understand his meaning? So, I want to ask Brother Yi if you can control winged flood dragon again. If you can, then let's do something big. Brother Luo, you misunderstand. I can't control winged flood dragon. In fact, I can only guide winged flood dragon to a certain extent. That's enough. As long as Brother E can guide winged flood dragon to the stations of those 10,000 Demons Regis forces. Those 10,000 Demons Regis forces won't dare to resist with the Sky Pillar sect as an example. They might even be scared off. At that time, we just need to reap the benefits. Luo Fu said, excitedly rubbing his palms. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. We can give it a try. Luo Fu was overjoyed. Then it's settled. Don't contact those forces for now. I'll inform Brother Luo when I have definite information. It won't be too late to act then. That's great. Lu Yi got up and Luo Fu saw him off. Soon, Lu Yi rode Hoopa out of Silver Light Island Station. Luo Fu originally wanted the siblings to accompany Lu Yi, but Lu Yi refused. Although he was willing to give it a try, he felt that it wasn't very reliable. This was also why he didn't make a promise. A vicious creature like winged flood dragon already had enough intelligence. After falling for it once, it might not fall for it a second time. 5 kilometers away from Silver Light Island Station, Lu Yi got off Hoopo's back and took out an item from his storage bag. He circulated his spirit power and threw it in front of him. That item immediately turned into a small, light boat about 3 meters long. The surface of the small boat was engraved with exquisite patterns. The workmanship was very fine. This was Yuan Guang's flying spirit tool, which was about 4 feet wide. There were a few grooves at the bow and stern of the small boat, where spirit stones were placed. Flying on a flying spirit tool not only consumed a cultivator's spirit power, but also the spirit power of the spirit stones placed on it in advance. This could reduce the cultivator's own consumption. The better the quality of the flying spirit tool, the greater the reduction in consumption. The quality of Yuan Guang's small boat was very good. Such a small boat could seat 2 or 3 people at most. Any more, and it wouldn't be able to fit. However, it was enough for Lu Yi. The small boat floated in front of him, and he stepped onto it. With his previous experience of flying spirit patterns, Lu Yi could be said to be very careful. After he steadied himself, he called Hoopa. Hoopa turned into a foot long and jumped onto his shoulder. As for Yi, she had already hidden herself inside Hoopo's body. Everything was ready. Lu Yi circulated his spirit power, and the small boat immediately flew up shakily. However, it didn't fly for long before it tilted and fell down. Chapter 256. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a boat-shaped spirit artifact flew 400 feet above the ground. With the experience of using the flying wings spirit tattoo to fly, coupled with the fact that Lu Ye's control of his own spirit chi was much better than before, it only took him a short time to figure out the trick of flying. Flying like this was even faster than Hoopa running at full speed. After all, one was flying while the other was running, so they couldn't be compared. However, riding on Hoopa didn't consume any spirit chi, while flying on an artifact consumed Lu Ye's own spirit chi. The level of consumption was much lower than Lu Yi had expected, which had something to do with the purity of his spirit chi. Checking the level of his spirit chi consumption, Lu Yi estimated that he could maintain this flight for about 4 to 6 hours. For a cultivator who had just reached the 8th order, this was already a long time. As his cultivation improved in the future, the time and speed he could fly on an artifact would greatly increase. There was also a simple defensive spirit array on the boat. It didn't have much defensive power, but it could withstand the oncoming wind. Lu Yi was sitting in the middle of the boat at the moment, with Yi in front of him, leaning into his arms. As the boat moved forward, her bell-like laughter spilled out. Being able to fly on an artifact meant that he would have another way to travel and escape in the future. If he wanted to fly, he wouldn't have to completely rely on the flying wing tattoo. Half a day later, the sky was already dark. Lu Yi, riding on Hupa, arrived at the lake where Ying Jiao was resting. There were still traces of the bonfire left behind by the group last time. Lu Yi didn't know if Ying Jiao had returned, but according to Yi's observations, it was likely that the monster had returned. After having Hupa shrink to the size of a cat and having Yi be on standby, Lu Yi took out the scale armor from his storage bag. Looking at the lake quietly, he waited for a moment, but there was no movement. Lu Yi put the scale armor in front of Hupa, who immediately sucked in a mouthful of blood. "It's here," Yi whispered. Lu Yi also saw the ripples on the lake's surface. Immediately after, the ripples expanded rapidly, and a fleshy horn slowly emerged and swam towards the shore. He secretly circulated his spirit chi, preparing to activate his flying wings at a moment's notice. With a splash, a huge snake head rose from the surface of the lake. Its two green eyes stared at the scales in Lu Yi's hand. Many of the scales on its body had fallen off, making it look quite miserable. With a distance of 300 feet between them, their eyes met. Lu Yi waved the scale armor in his hand, and Ying Jiao's eyes followed suit. However, unlike the last time, this monster did not rush over immediately, even though it still looked like it was thirsting for the scales. The snake's eyes were filled with vigilance. Seeing this situation, Lu Yi knew that his plan to continue luring Ying Jiao had failed. The winged flood dragon had a very high intelligence. Last time, it was attracted by the scale armor. In the end, it ran to the Sky-Bearing Sect's encampment and fought with the Sky-Bearing Sect's cultivators. Although the Sky-Bearing Sect didn't have good time, it was also injured. The pain caused by the injury made it angry and it lost its mind. At that time, it only wanted to snatch the scale, but in the end it fell deeper and deeper. In the end, when the aura of the scale armor disappeared, it crawled back with a dirty face and realized that something was wrong. It seemed that it had been used. It knew that in this world, the human race was fighting endlessly. The reason it had been living in seclusion in this kind of place was because it didn't have many pursuits, and it didn't want to get involved in the struggles of the human race. To it, the life and death of the human race had nothing to do with it. It was fine as long as they didn't disturb it. However, it, who stood aloof from worldly affairs, had been used by a despicable and treacherous human. After returning to recuperate for a few days, the more it thought about it, the angrier it became. But what could it do? The aura that had moved it had disappeared, and so had that despicable human, until today that aura had reappeared, and that human had also reappeared. Although Ying Jiao still desired the scale armor, it would no longer act impulsively. It knew that if it wanted to obtain the scale armor, it would have to kill that despicable human. So, after a moment of contemplation, lightning suddenly appeared on its forehead, and a pillar of lightning as thick as an arm shot towards Lu. Lu Yi, who was already prepared, immediately soared into the sky. With a boom, the pillar of lightning created a deep pit where Lu Yi was originally standing. In the sky, Lu Yi pulled away from Ying Jiao, his back covered in cold sweat. Although he felt that it was impossible to use Ying Jiao again, he didn't expect that this guy would hate him so much. It greeted him with lightning as soon as they met face to face. If he hadn't been prepared in advance, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Landing in the distance, Yi followed. Lu Yi handed the scale armor to Yi and let her try it. Yi took the scale armor and burrowed into the ground to try it out. An hour later, Yi returned and shook her head at Lu Yi. No matter how Yi tempted it, Ying Jiao no longer left the lake where it lived. It had learned its lesson. Lu Yi raised his hand and tapped on his battlefield imprint to send a message to Luo Fu. Ying Jiao didn't come out. There's nothing I can do. Luo Fu quickly replied, his tone a little disappointed. But he knew that there was nothing he could do. Lu Yi had already told him that he couldn't control Ying Jiao, but could only guide its movements to a certain extent. Since it was a guide, he naturally couldn't guarantee that everything would go smoothly. After ending the message with Luo Fu, Lu Yi called Yi, let's go. Since he couldn't lure Ying Jiao out, Lu Yi didn't plan to return to Silver Light Island's encampment. He wanted to continue moving forward. In the latter half of the night, he found a suitable place to rest and waited until dawn to set off. Lu Yi entered the inner circle, this time to act as a vanguard for the cultivators of Jade Blood Sect. With his authority as a guardian, he could form an alliance contract with a suitable inner circle sect. This way, the cultivators of Jade Blood Sect would have more choices in the future. Secondly, it was to take revenge for the Battle of Golden Light Peak. The closest Sky Pillar sect had already been arranged. His next target was Fenghua Courtyard. Lu Yi vaguely remembered that this was the second force from Myriad Devil Ridge to send someone to meet him on Golden Light Peak. The one who came out was a delicate female spell cultivator. Her wind and fire combo caused him to suffer a bit. However, after he got close to her, the delicate spell cultivator was beheaded. Fenghua Courtyard wasn't close. If he rode Hu Pa, it would take at least half a month. Flying on a magic tool was faster, but it consumed too much spiritual power. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Lu Yi naturally chose to ride Hu Pa. On the tiger's back, Lu Ye's spiritual power was constantly surging in his hands. Yin and Yang Foundation energy was constantly being produced on his left hand, gradually forming an extremely complicated pattern. It was a spirit pattern he had learned from a book. Lu Yi had learned more than one spirit pattern from the book. Although these spirit patterns had their own uses, they couldn't be activated by heart, so they were only suitable for daily practice and couldn't be used in battle. Lu Yi used the spirit patterns he had obtained from the talent tree in battle. He could activate those spirit patterns as he wished. Even with Madame Yun's careful guidance, Lu Yi could only be said to be at the beginning of the path of spirit patterns. Now that he couldn't often ask Madame Yun for advice, he could only learn by himself. Fortunately, he had brought a lot of books on spirit patterns from Madame Yun before he left. As long as he could thoroughly understand the contents of these books, he would be able to greatly improve his path of spirit patterns. There was also a spirit pattern on his right hand. It was a sharp spirit pattern, but Lu Yi was urging his spiritual power to break this spirit pattern and eliminate it. One hand to construct, the other hand to break. This was a very difficult task. Lu Yi wasn't very proficient in it yet. This kind of practice not only allowed one's understanding of spirit patterns to grow, but also allowed one to exercise precise control over one's spirit qi. This was the root of why Lu Yi was able to control 2 types of imperial artifact when he was just a 7th order cultivator. Now that he was an 8th order cultivator, if he wanted, he could add 1 or 2 more types of imperial artifact. He did not refine any more spirit artifacts. There was no point in simply increasing the number of imperial equipment. If Lu Yi wanted to increase the lethality of the imperial equipment, then he would have to construct spirit patterns on the imperial equipment when he killed the enemy. This was a difficult task, and Lu Yi had no clue how to do it in a short time, so he could only continue to study spirit patterns and improve his attainments. Once his attainments in spirit patterns reached a certain level, he would be able to construct spirit patterns however he wanted. If he was traveling alone, Lu Yi wouldn't dare to be so distracted, but he wasn't alone. Yi was also with him, so if there was any danger, Yi would warn him. During the day, Lu Yi improved his attainments in spirit patterns, and at night, he studied the books brought out from Madame Yun. Occasionally, when his hands were itchy, he would go to the Mirage Realm to find some excitement. Speaking of which, when he entered the Mirage Realm after reaching the 8th Order, he didn't encounter any insect race. Instead, an 8th Order cultivator appeared directly to fight him. He didn't know why. 8th Order cultivators were naturally not his opponents, and even 9th Order cultivators couldn't last long under his saber. In the Mirage Realm, 7th Order Heaven-grade cultivators had begun to appear. Every time, it was a bitter battle. After a cultivator changed to a Heaven-grade secret art, their strength would usher in an explosive growth. Lu Yi had been able to kill Yuan Guang 2 minor realms above him as a 7th Order cultivator, so it really wasn't difficult for him. But as an 8th Order Heaven-grade 7th Order cultivator, Lu Yi, who was also 2 minor realms above him, had been beaten black and blue. If he wasn't careful, he might even be killed. As a result, Lu Yi had a clear understanding of his current strength. With his current strength, if he fought against a Heaven-grade 7th Order cultivator, it was basically a 50-50 situation. Who would live and who would die depended on who performed better on the spot. The opponents in the Mirage Realm were different every time. So, as long as Lu Yi was willing to spend merit points, it was easy to accumulate a lot of combat experience. After this experience was accumulated, it would become a killing technique. The journey wasn't peaceful because Lu Yi was walking in a straight line. It was inevitable that he would break into the territories of some myriad Devil Ridge forces. When he encountered myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, naturally, there would be no shortage of fights. The cultivators in the inner circle were basically between the 6th Order and 9th Order cultivators. Few of them had changed to a Heaven-grade secret art. Generally speaking, those who had changed to a Heaven-grade secret art would be active in the core circle. These people naturally didn't end up well when they encountered Lu Yi, even if they were in groups of 3 or 5. One had to know that Yi was now in charge of the 9 worlds diagram. Coupled with her elusiveness, Lu Ye's enemies would be accidentally pulled into the 9 worlds diagram. Naturally, they wouldn't have a good end. Chapter 257. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, the world energy was rich, so the scenery was extremely beautiful. The group of 1 man, 1 spirit, and 1 tiger walked along the road. In terms of experience, no cultivator at the same level as Lu Yi was more knowledgeable about the battlefield. He left Blue Cloud Mountain from the 2nd Order Spirit Stream realm and embarked on the journey back to Blue Blood Sect. It took him more than 5 months to reach the 5th Order Spirit Stream realm. This time he set off from the Sky Pillar Sect's territory and began a long journey. Although other cultivators occasionally went out to travel, they spent most of their time cultivating. The more they walked, the more they saw, so naturally they were more knowledgeable. In a market square, the travel-worn Lu Yi and Yi arrived together. Unlike the markets in the outer circle, this place was more prosperous. After all, the people coming and going were no longer small cultivators at the 3rd or 4th Order. Those who were qualified to wander in the inner circle were at least 6th Order. The name of this market was very simple, Heaven's Secret Market, because this was a market led by the Heaven's Secret Business Alliance. Such markets could be found everywhere in the inner circle and core circle. Although cultivators could spend merit points to buy some rare items from the Heaven's Secret Treasure House, they would not use precious merit points for daily life or cultivation. After all, merit points were hard to come by. With transactions, the market naturally came into being. Lu Yi had been to a few markets in the outer circle, but this was the first time he had come to the inner circle's market. After walking around, he found that it was very different from the outer circle. At the very least, the buildings here were neater, and the streets were cleaner. Many rogue cultivators or cultivators from sects came and went here. There were also rogue cultivators in the inner circle and core circle, perhaps because they were used to it, or because of personal pursuits, or some other reason. These rogue cultivators did not join any sect. Moreover, for a sect, these rogue cultivators who were generally at the 7th or 8th Order were no longer suitable to be accepted into the sect, because no one knew if these rogue cultivators' origins were clean enough. It would be bad if they accepted a spy from a hostile sect. Moreover, it was difficult to guarantee their loyalty. In the outer circle, the third or fourth order cultivators still had a chance to join a sect. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to join a sect. Therefore, it wasn't just the spirit stream realm that had loose cultivators. There were also loose cultivators in the Cloud River realm, True Lake realm, and even the Spirit Sea realm. Most rogue cultivators chose to cultivate under a certain sect because of the rich spiritual energy. However, there were also a small number of rogue cultivators who did not choose to rely on any sect because there were no practical benefits other than being able to enjoy the spiritual energy in the sect. Instead, they would have to listen to the orders of others. Most of these rogue cultivators lived around Tianji Square to earn their own cultivation resources. It had to be said that the days of these rogue cultivators were actually very poor, but they also lived very freely. Lu Yi came to Heaven's Fate Square mainly to rest for the night and update his 10-point map at the same time. He had spent a lot of money to buy this thing back then. It had been almost a year since then, so there must have been many changes to the map. At the same time, he also had to deal with the spoils that he didn't need, such as the things he got from Silverlight Island. These things took up a lot of space in his storage bag. Most of them had already been sold to Tianji Treasure House on Silverlight Island. The remaining few were used to exchange for cultivation resources. He walked into Tianji Merchant Union leisurely. The internal structure was the same as the one he had visited before. Under the guidance of a steward, he entered a compartment. He made his request and took out the things he wanted to trade. The steward took them and left. While waiting, Lu Yi poured himself a cup of spiritual tea. This reminded him of some memories. He remembered that every time he entered Tianji Merchant Union, he had to drink tea until he was full because the spiritual tea contained some spiritual energy that could be used to improve his cultivation. At that time, he was really poor. He had to count the spirit pills he used for cultivation every few days for fear that he would run out one day. Now, he didn't have to worry about spirit pills. He just had to fight for cultivation resources. Even precious things like merit points were saved up by Lu Yi. After waiting for about an incense stick's worth of time, the steward returned and handed back the updated 10-point map along with a bag of spirit stones and spirit pills. Lu Yi took a quick inventory and settled the transaction. He then asked the steward for a place to stay and was properly received. After a short while in the heaven room on the 3rd floor of Tianji Merchant Union, Lu Yi sat down cross-legged and inspected the changes in the 10-point map. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any difference. Obviously, the changes weren't that big. However, judging from his current location, it would only take him half a day to reach Windflower Courtyard Station. With his previous experience, Lu Yi decided to be more straightforward this time and directly attack someone else's mine. Before, he was only a 7th-order cultivator and had just entered the inner circle, so he couldn't act too arrogantly. Now that he was an 8th order, it shouldn't matter if he acted a little arrogantly. In any case, if he couldn't win, he could just run. And it's decided. Putting away the 10-point map, Lu Yi took out a thick book and flipped through it while constructing spirit inscriptions on his palm and deciphering them. Diligent practice every day had made him much more adept at this kind of thing than before, which also meant that his attainments in the spirit inscription Tao were gradually improving. The night passed quickly. The next day, Lu Yi, who had enough rest, even took a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes, walked down from the 3rd floor in high spirits. The hall was actually very deserted, and there were no other cultivators except for the people from Merchant Union. Lu Yi didn't think much about it and walked out of Merchant Union with Yi. When he looked outside, he found that there weren't many people in the market outside. It seemed that most of the cultivators here had run away overnight. Lu Yi frowned, not understanding what was going on. Yi said, "Should I ask?" Lu Yi nodded. She turned around and went to the female cultivator in charge of reception at the door and called out sweetly, "Elder sister, what happened here?" The female cultivator said, "I heard that something called the Infinite Mirage Realm has appeared." "What is that?" The female cultivator shook her head. "I'm not too sure." She was just a fourth-order cultivator. If it weren't for her relationship with Heavenly Secret Merchant Union, it would be impossible for her to appear in the inner circle. Lu Yi had already stepped into Merchant Union and casually found a manager. "Do you have any information about the Infinite Mirage Realm?" The manager was all smiles. "Of course we do. What kind of grade do you want? The most expensive one." Today was different from the past. Back then he had to be ruthless to buy a 10% map. Now Lu Yi didn't lack money. "Please wait a moment, sir." The manager quickly left. After a while he returned and handed a jade slip to Lu Yi. "Thank you for your 900 spirit stones." This price was indeed a little too expensive. Lu Yi didn't say anything. He counted out 900 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the manager before walking to the side to check the information about the Infinite Mirage Realm. After half a cup of tea's time, he put down the jade slip. Sensing Yi's gaze, he handed the jade slip to her. Yi also checked it. According to the information revealed in this jade slip, the Infinite Mirage Realm was an independent small space, similar to the Chess Sea, but not as vast as the Chess Sea. Moreover, there was more than one kind of Infinite Mirage Realm. There were many kinds. Some Infinite Mirage Realms had beautiful environments. Some were eerie, and some were unpredictable. However, without exception, every Infinite Mirage Realm had good things, natural treasures, secret techniques, and secret manuals. Some people had even obtained heaven-grade cultivation techniques inside. Cultivation methods in the 9 regions showed a trend of polarization. Below the heaven-level cultivation methods, including the earth-level cultivation methods, were all things that could be found on the streets. This was also the reason why Lu Yi could buy the red lotus soaring to the sky secret art from the profound sect for only a few spirit stones. If this earth-grade cultivation technique was really sold, it would only be worth a few dozen spirit stones. It wasn't expensive. However, heaven-grade cultivation techniques couldn't be bought outside. There was only one way to obtain them, and that was to spend merit points in the Tianji treasury. If one wanted to exchange for a heaven-grade cultivation technique, it would cost at least 1,000 merit points. Moreover, because of the Tianji treasury surveillance, heaven-grade cultivation techniques exchanged from the Tianji treasury couldn't be imparted to others. Otherwise, the Tianji treasury would punish them. 1,000 merit points wasn't much for Lu Yi because it was easy for him to kill enemies. Coupled with his status as a guardian, he would occasionally receive a monthly salary for himself. However, many cultivators might not be able to save enough merit points for a heaven-grade cultivation technique, even if they saved up from the 1st order to the 9th order. Because they couldn't afford a heaven-grade cultivation technique, many cultivators were stuck at the 9th order. However, they couldn't do without a heaven-grade cultivation technique because a heaven-grade cultivation technique was related to a cultivator's breakthrough from the Spirit Stream realm to the Cloud River realm. Simply put, without a heaven-grade cultivation technique, there was no way to break through to the Cloud River realm. This was also the reason why the cultivators of the 2 camps were willing to kill each other. Killing enemies would earn merit points, and merit points were related to one's future. Therefore, the Infinite Mirage Realm was very attractive to cultivators. If one could obtain a heaven-grade cultivation technique inside, it was equivalent to picking up 1,000 merit points for free. The information that the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance sold about the Boundless Mirage Realm was very comprehensive because every time the Boundless Mirage Realm appeared, they would spend spirit stones or spirit pills to buy information from the surviving cultivators and record it. Therefore, there was a reason why it was expensive. According to the Jade Slip, the Infinite Mirage Realm would randomly appear anywhere in the Spirit Stream battlefield. The entire spirit stream battlefield was so big that even if the probability of it appearing wasn't low, it was still a kind of luck to encounter it. Under normal circumstances, once the infinite mirage realm appeared, the nearby cultivators would enter it to look for benefits. This was also the reason why there were suddenly fewer people in the market. However, the infinite mirage realm only appeared for a short period of time. From its appearance to its disappearance, it would only appear for about a day. Counting the delay in the transmission of information, not many people could enter the infinite mirage realm every time it appeared. There was even one time when the infinite mirage realm was only discovered when it was about to disappear. In the end, by the time the person who discovered it ran over, the infinite mirage realm had already disappeared. After digesting the information he had obtained, Lu Yi led Yi out. After asking a few more questions from the female cultivator at the door, Lu Yi summoned his small boat spirit artifact and rushed into the sky with Yi. Chapter 258. 80 miles east of Heaven's secret workshop. In a concave valley, gray fog rolled and surged, shrouding the entire valley. No one knew what the valley was like before, but now it was completely obscured. The valley was not big, with a radius of a few miles. On the surrounding high slopes, cultivators gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Obviously, they had all received the news and rushed over from nearby. This location was not within the range of any faction's encampment. It was considered an ownerless place. There were many ownerless places on the battlefield. After all, the battlefield was vast, and the encampments of the 9 state sects could not be seamlessly connected. There would always be a large area left behind. With this place as the center, there were a total of 4 factions nearby. 2 were from the Grand Sky Alliance, and 2 were from the Myriad Demon Ridge. They were all rank 5 and rank 6 factions with impressive foundations. At this moment, 2 of the 4 factions had arrived. They were the Wind Flower Court of the Myriad Demon Ridge and the Hidden God Palace of the Grand Sky Alliance. Unlike the itinerant cultivators who came in groups of 3 to 5, the 2 factions each had close to 100 people. It was obvious that they valued the infinite mirage realm. The main reason why they could come here so quickly was that they were close enough and had received the news in time. The other 2 factions were not so lucky. Even if they received the news, it would take some time for them to rush over. At this moment, the 2 factions were sending people to rope in the nearby itinerant cultivators, but the effect was not ideal. The itinerant cultivators in the inner circle were more independent. They were not like the small itinerant cultivators in the outer circle, who could be easily persuaded. They were able to cultivate to this point mostly because of their own abilities. Moreover, it was not necessarily a good thing to have more people exploring the infinite mirage realm. Once they joined a faction, there would definitely be large-scale confrontations with the enemy. At that time, they would have to listen to the orders of others, and their lives would be difficult to control. It was better to move in groups of 3 to 5. The itinerant cultivators who were truly willing to join them had already taken the initiative to join them. There was no need for them to rope them in. The itinerant cultivators were more willing to form teams with each other. When Lu Yi arrived on his artifact, he saw hundreds of cultivators gathered here. The scene was chaotic. At a glance, he saw that there were teams of about 100 people on both sides of the valley, facing each other across the valley. There were many female cultivators in one side, and all of them were very beautiful. Some of them were dressed very boldly, and their long legs and slender waists were faintly discernible. They were eye-catching. There was a large flag behind this group of female cultivators. The pattern on the flag was like a few petals. There was a faint floral fragrance from the flag. Lu Yi recognized that it was the Wind Flower Court's flag. It wasn't that he had seen such a flag before, but he had seen the pattern on the flag. There was a pattern on the 10 points map. In his 10 points map, each sect's name had the pattern of the sect's flag. For example, the pattern behind the Jade Blood sect was a red background with golden flames. There was nothing special about the cultivators on the other side. Lu Yi looked at the pattern on the flag and compared it to the 10 pictures. Lu Yi judged that they were from the Hidden God Palace. One family from each camp arrived. Based on the map, there were at least 4 forces that had the chance to come here. The Overcloud Palace of the Haotian Alliance and the Sunlight Mountain of the Demon's Ridge were the only 2 forces left. At the moment, Yi Xiao didn't see any cultivators from these 2 forces. He guessed that they were still on the way. Lu Yi landed on the side that belonged to the Shenin Palace and looked ahead with rapt attention. The reason why he didn't hesitate to spend a large sum of money to purchase information from the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance and rush over after hearing about the boundless Mirage Realm was because the words Mirage Realm caught his attention. He had an Aura Fruit Core. Through the Aura Fruit Core, he could spend merit points to enter a Mirage Realm and hone his killing skills in it. He didn't know if the boundless Mirage Realm had anything to do with the one he entered, but it was always right to come and have a look. Looking around, Lu Yi found that things weren't simple. The rolling gray fog in the valley was so familiar. When he entered the Mirage Realm, he was surrounded by the same fog. Was there really a connection between the 2? However, it was a bit arbitrary to judge from the gray fog whether there was a connection or not. He had to enter the Mirage Realm to know. While he was looking around, a young cultivator came to him and bowed. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Ji Yan of the Hidden God Palace. I would like to invite you to explore the boundless Mirage Realm with my Hidden God Palace. What do you think?" Lu Yi looked at the team of the Hidden God Palace and thought for a while. No need. It would be safer to enter the boundless Mirage Realm with the team of the Hidden God Palace, but there would be more restrictions. Ji Yan didn't say much. He just nodded slightly at Lu Yi and walked past him. Obviously, he was going to rope in others. After Ji Yan left, a short cultivator with a mustache next to Lu Yi chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're wise to refuse. Although the Hidden God Palace has a good reputation, I'm afraid you won't get many benefits if you really join them. Itinerant cultivators like us are not suitable to act with those sect disciples." He seemed to have suffered some losses because of this, so he was a little repulsed by cultivators from sections. He changed the topic and said, "If fellow Taoist is interested, why don't we act together? We can help each other inside. Fellow Taoist, you should be a weapon cultivator. I'm a spell cultivator, and this big guy is a body cultivator. I'll find a ghost cultivator and we'll be together. What do you think?" As he spoke, he patted the shoulder of the person next to him. The reason he could pat the shoulder was mainly because the person was sitting on the ground. Lu Yi looked down. At first, he didn't pay much attention to the man sitting on the ground. The man's body was broad and his vitality was abundant. At first glance, he could tell that he was a body cultivator. Just by sitting there, he gave people the feeling that he was as still as a mountain. After taking a closer look, Lu Yi couldn't help but be moved. This body cultivator's spirit power was pure and flawless. After wandering in the spirit stream battlefield for so long, Lu Yi had seen all kinds of cultivators. Without exception, no matter how pure the spirit light on the surface of their body was, there would be some flaws which were caused by taking spirit pills. He had never seen anyone with a spirit light as pure as his. Until now, he saw one, and it was a body cultivator. This body cultivator sat on the ground, holding a piece of bloody beast meat in his hand and eating it in big bites. As if sensing Lu Ye's gaze, the body cultivator turned his head and smiled at Lu Yi. "What do you think, fellow Taoist?" the mustached cultivator asked again. Lu Yi said indifferently, "No need." The mustached cultivator snorted. "I wanted to help fellow Taoist, but since you don't know what's good for you, then forget it." He and his companion were both 9th Order cultivators. Facing Lu Yi, an 8th Order cultivator, they were qualified to talk about helping. After saying that, he walked towards another independent cultivator who came alone not far away. Obviously, he wanted to rope the other cultivator in. "Here you go." The body cultivator sitting on the ground handed over the beast meat in his hand. Lu Yi was about to refuse, but Hupa, who was lying on his shoulder, suddenly jumped down and landed on the body cultivator's thigh, gnawing on the beast meat. A smile appeared on the simple-looking body cultivator's face. While feeding Hoopa, he raised his large hand and stroked Hoopo's soft fur. Lu Ye's eyes drooped slightly. This is a bit interesting. Ever since he brought Hoopa back to Blue Blood Sect, besides him and not many people could get close to it. Even Lingyu, who had a good relationship with couldn't get up. Wan Lingyu once wanted to experience riding Hoopa, but Hoopa, who was lying on the ground and basking in the sun, refused to get up. In the end, it was who spoke, and Hoopa lazily carried Lingyu for a lap around the peak. As for feeding Hoopa, it only ate what Lu Yi and Yi gave it. Even if it was second senior sister Shui Yuan, it wouldn't eat a single bite. Lu Yi had never seen Hoopa so close to a complete stranger, and it even ate what they gave it. Yi didn't show up at the moment, hiding inside Hoopo's body, so Lu Yi didn't know what was going on. Hoopa was psychic and could distinguish between good and evil people. Since it was so close to this body cultivator, it meant that there was something about him that attracted it. Or could it be that only pure people had such a clear mind? Time passed, and cultivators continued to rush over after receiving the news. But at this time they were mostly lone cultivators in 2s and 3s. The fog in the valley was rolling more and more violently. On the opposite side, in the Windflower Court's camp, there was a tall female cultivator who wore short clothes and exposed her small waist. She was listening to the report of a man beside her. This female cultivator was the vice guardian of the Windflower Court, Chuqing. In a place like the boundless Mirage Realm, there naturally needed to be a leader. There had to be a guardian or vice guardian of the station. We'll be arriving at Sunlight Mountain soon. There's still time. The man took advantage of the time he spoke and carefully approached Chuqing. He lightly smelled the fragrance on her body, and his mind was intoxicated. Chuqing nodded slightly. That's good. Is there any news from the Lingyun Palace? Not at the moment. Go investigate, Chuqing ordered. Yes, the man answered and respectfully retreated. The Windflower Court was a very special force. In the Windflower Court, the status of women was generally higher than men, and they enjoyed better treatment. This was because the Divine Ocean Realm cultivator who founded the sect originally intended to only take in female disciples. That Divine Ocean Realm cultivator seemed to have been deceived and toyed with by men, so he had a natural repulsion and resistance towards men. He only felt that all men in the world deserved to die. However, in the process of the sect's development, only taking in female disciples was always very limited. Other things aside, there were very few female cultivators in the body cultivator faction. After all, women loved to be beautiful. Who would be willing to make themselves full of qi and blood? Therefore, after the sect's founder died, the development of the Windflower Court changed, and they began to take in male disciples. In general, there were more female cultivators in the Windflower Court, about 70 to 80% of the population. Male cultivators only made up a small portion, and most of them were body cultivators. If there was any danger, it was basically them who took the lead. However, in the Myriad Devil Ridge, the Windflower Court was very popular. After all, who didn't like delicate beauties, and the Windflower Court was full of such fair-skinned and beautiful female cultivators. Chapter 259. Chuqing looked in the direction of Divine Hidden Palace across the valley. Her gaze collided with that of Divine Hidden Palace's guardian, Gu Kenyang, and they could see the coldness in each other's eyes. Divine Hidden Palace and Windflower Courtyard were neighbors, so their enmity was not small. Moreover, they were going to enter the Infinite Mirage Realm this time. No matter what happened before, once they entered, they would definitely fight if the opportunity was right. Right now, the Infinite Mirage Realm had not opened yet, so no one dared to act rashly. There was no need for unnecessary provocation. Chuqing's beautiful eyes swept left and right, trying to see if there were any cultivators worth her attention. Soon, She saw a burly man sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was dressed in tattered hemp clothes, and his chest was half exposed. Her beautiful eyes could not help but shrink. If she was not mistaken, this was the itinerant cultivator called Giant Armor. This person was very famous among the rogue cultivators. Even the major sects nearby had heard of him. Whether it was the Shinin Palace or the Lingyun Palace, they had all tried to rope him in and recruit him. Under normal circumstances, the major sects would not recruit a ninth order rogue cultivator. But Giant Armor was a figure that the nearby sects fought over. It was not only because of his simple nature, but also because he was a body cultivator. He was different from everyone's understanding of body cultivators. It was said that Giant Armor had never killed a single person since he started cultivating. Every cultivator in the Spirit Stream battlefield had a few lives under their hands, but Giant Armor had never. One reason why he could survive without killing was that he had a companion who was a body cultivator. It was said that the two had been working together since they were second or third order cultivators. The body cultivator was the one who killed the enemies. The second reason was that Giant Armor's defense was extremely strong. Basically, no cultivator in the same realm could break through his defense. Even if their cultivation was 1 or 2 minor realms higher, it would still be very difficult to injure him. As one body and one method, they had gone from working together as third order and third order cultivators all the way to ninth order. The Hidden God Palace and the Overcloud Palace's attempts to rope Giant Armor in had failed because the spell cultivator who was working with Giant Armor did not agree. He seemed to have always treated Giant Armor as his cash cow and did not allow any other forces to touch him. Therefore, Chu Qing felt a slight headache when she saw Giant Armor's figure. Fortunately, Giant Armor did not join the Shinin Palace. It seemed that he was working together with his Dharma cultivator companion. Therefore, as long as they did not provoke him, they should be fine. In order to verify her conjecture, Chu Qing began to search for traces of that Dharma cultivator. That Dharma cultivator was easy to recognize. He had 2 tufts of mustache and a short stature. He didn't look like a good person. Then, her gaze swept over Lu Yi, who was standing next to Giant Armor. She turned her gaze back to Lu Yi and channeled her spirit energy into her eyes, focusing her vision to size him up. After confirming that she wasn't mistaken, Chu Qing's eyes slowly narrowed. Why was this person here? And looking at his aura, he was actually an 8th order? Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat. A few months ago, this young man was only a 5th order cultivator, yet he had broken through to the 8th order so quickly. Such cultivation speed was simply shocking. She retracted her gaze and lowered her eyelids. She clenched her fists as killing intent surged around her. On the opposite side, Lu Yi sensed something and raised his head to look at the Windflower Courtyard. Just now, he felt that someone was spying on him, but there were too many people around, so he couldn't be sure. Hupa had eaten his fill from the body cultivator beside him and jumped back. The tall body cultivator seemed to be a little reluctant and asked in a low, muffled voice, "What's his name?" "Hupa." The body cultivator nodded. "Giant Armor. That should be his name." At this moment, a large, boat-like flying spirit artifact quickly flew over from the distance. Seeing the symbol on the ship, the cultivators of the Windflower Courtyard were obviously excited, because it was from Sun Illumination Mountain. A moment later, the ship from Sun Illumination Mountain landed. Led by a handsome young cultivator, nearly 100 people gathered with the Windflower Courtyard. For a moment, the scene was lively. Senior brothers and junior sisters kept calling each other senior brothers and junior sisters. It was a happy and harmonious scene. The cultivators of these 2 families were obviously on good terms. On the other hand, the people of the Shinin Palace all had dignified expressions. Ji Yen, who came to rope in Lu Yi before, stood beside a bronze-skinned man and whispered, "Senior brother, how much longer will it take for the cloud-soaring palace to arrive?" This bronze-skinned man was the leader of the Shenin Palace's team this time. He was also the guardian of the Shenin Palace's encampment, Guqinyang. I'm afraid the cloud-soaring palace won't be able to come. Guqinyang said, It'll take them at least 4 to 6 hours to get here. The boundless mirage realm is about to open. Ji Yen was worried. Then what should we do? If we go in, we'll be fighting 1 against 2. Should we retreat? Guqinyang shook his head. If we give up before the battle, how will our Shenin Palace be able to hold our heads up in the future? The boundless mirage realm has many environments. As long as it's not one of those places, it won't matter even if we fight 1 against 2. Sometimes, having more people doesn't necessarily mean success. As soon as he finished speaking, the fog in the valley suddenly surged violently. It's about to open, someone shouted. In an instant, the noisy valley became quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fog in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, the fog rolled and gathered in different places. Soon, vortexes of various sizes appeared. In just a moment, the rolling fog suddenly stopped. Only the vortexes were spinning slowly. From the vortexes, an inexplicable aura leaked out. Senior Marshal Brother, Jian shouted. Guqinyang waved his hand. Enter. Since they had decided to enter the boundless mirage realm, they naturally wouldn't back down at this juncture. With that said, he took the lead and jumped into the vortex closest to him. His figure immediately disappeared. With him, taking the lead, the cultivators of the Shenin Palace followed closely behind. On the opposite side of the valley, the cultivators of the Windflower Sect and the Sunlight Mountain, who had gathered together, also jumped into the same fog vortex under the leadership of their leaders. At the same time, the rogue cultivators around the valley also formed their own teams and jumped into different vortexes. The little bearded magic cultivator, who had been with giant armor, had already returned. It looked like he had not managed to rope in anyone. His expression was a little angry, and he was furious at how heartless people were. It was so difficult to find a suitable collaborator now. When he returned and saw that giant armor was still eating, he kicked him angrily. Get up, let's go. Oh, giant armor stuffed the beast meat in his hand into his mouth. His cheeks bulged as he followed the magic cultivator with a mustache into a vortex. Lu Yi also jumped into the vortex next to him. He originally wanted to observe the environment inside through the vortex, but he couldn't see anything. After rushing into the fog along the vortex, Lu Yi suddenly felt a force of levitating in the air on his body. Then he froze in the air. Noises came from all around. He turned his head and saw that the cultivators who had jumped into the vortex were all frozen in the air. Looking back, there seemed to be many holes in the gray sky. From those holes, there was still a steady stream of cultivators jumping in. Lu Yi tried to activate his spiritual power, but he couldn't do it at all. Damn it, it's the Immortal Essence City. Someone shouted. His words seemed to have caused some panic. Soon, a group of people started vomiting. Lu Yi turned his head and saw a towering city below. The city was majestic and occupied an extremely vast area. However, the city seemed to have experienced a war. There were dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls everywhere. Even the city walls that were hundreds of feet tall had collapsed in sections. There were also huge claw marks on some of the city walls. It seemed that a huge creature had used its sharp claws to climb up the city walls. Large patches of black blood stains remained on the city walls. Those blood stains were filled with pitch-black fog, giving people an ominous feeling. Lu Ye's eyes were slightly lowered, and his expression was grave. According to the information he had bought from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, the Infinite Mirage connected many different small spaces. Each small space was the ruins of an ancient power. No one knew what era these powers were from or how they were destroyed. Some of the Infinite Mirage wasn't dangerous and even had great benefits. After those powers were destroyed, there would always be many treasures left behind. There were also storage bags left behind by the cultivators who had entered this place over the years after they died. Someone had found an ancient herb garden in the infinite mirage. Every herb in that herb garden was priceless. Someone had obtained a spirit treasure in the infinite mirage, and his strength had increased greatly. Someone had obtained the inheritance left behind by a supreme expert in the infinite mirage. Therefore, the infinite mirage was extremely attractive to cultivators. Every time the infinite mirage appeared, it would definitely attract cultivators from all around to explore. However, because the ruins were different, the degree of danger was different. Among all the small spaces connected to the boundless mirage, the Immortal Essence City was undoubtedly the most dangerous place. There were some dangers that cultivators at the Spirit Stream realm could not withstand. Once they encountered them, they would basically die. Most importantly, there were many spirit bodies in the Immortal Essence City. Those spirit bodies seemed to be the original cultivators of the Immortal Essence City. They had died with the destruction of the Immortal Essence City, and then became spirit bodies that were trapped here. Some spirit bodies had no thoughts and no consciousness, and only followed their instincts when they were alive. However, some spirit bodies still retained their intelligence when they were alive. Therefore, in a place like the Immortal Essence City, the dangers were not only the hostile cultivators, but also the Immortal Essence City itself. Lu Yi recalled all the information he had about the Immortal Essence City and looked at the huge palace in the center of the city below. He secretly decided that he absolutely couldn't go to that place, because that was the City Lord mansion of the Immortal Essence City, and the spirit body of the City Lord of the Immortal Essence City was inside. The cursing in the surroundings became louder. If they knew that the infinite mirage was connected to the Immortal Essence City this time, not many cultivators would be willing to come in. Although the treasures were good, they had to be alive to enjoy them. Although Lu Yi didn't curse, he felt a little regretful in his heart. This was because in the small space connected to the infinite mirage, there was a place called the Daffin Hall. There were many precious ancient books inside. Although he didn't know why they couldn't be taken out, cultivators could obtain all kinds of inheritances there, including the inheritances of spirit tattooists. The Daffin Hall was the place that all cultivators were most willing to go to. As long as they entered, they would definitely obtain benefits without much risk. Chapter 260. No matter how loud the surrounding cultivators cursed, they could not change their situation. They had already entered, so there was no way out. They could only wait until the time limit was up before they were expelled from the Immortal Essence City. A huge pulling force suddenly came from the front. In the next moment, the figures that were frozen in the air involuntarily fell down. In their field of vision, the Immortal Essence City rapidly enlarged. Waves of exclamations sounded from all directions. There were more than 600 to 700 cultivators who had entered the boundless mirage realm this time. The scene of so many cultivators falling down together was spectacular. Moreover, falling from such a height, even a body cultivator like Giant Armor would definitely die. This was not a matter of whether one's physique was strong or not. It was really too high. If one fell, they would definitely lose their human form. Everyone was urging their spirit power, but the spirit power in their bodies was like a pool of stagnant water. No matter how hard they tried, they could not activate it. Those cultivators who did not know the situation were in a mess. They cursed even more fiercely. Some even cried that they had not lived enough and did not want to die. Lu Yi had recorded this situation in the information he had bought from the Tianji Business Alliance, so he did not panic. He just tried to urge his spirit power over and over again. Moreover, in the process of falling, everyone's figures also floated left and right uncontrollably. This situation was as if everyone had been involved in a chaotic wind flow. They could only drift with the flow and could not control their own movements. It felt extremely terrible. The mustached cultivator and Giant Armor were originally not far from Lu Yi, but after falling for a while, they disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had run to. Amidst the screams of horror, everyone was getting closer and closer to the ground. When they were about 100 feet away, their rapidly falling figures were strongly cushioned and their speed sharply decreased. When they were 30 feet away from the ground, the force that bound everyone suddenly disappeared. The cultivators who were prepared immediately circulated their spirit force to avoid the fate of falling. Those who weren't prepared were unlucky and fell in all kinds of strange postures. Although falling from this height wasn't enough to take their lives, it was still a bit of a mess. When Lu Yi landed, he took advantage of the momentum and somersaulted forward. Then he stood up and pressed his hand on the hilt of his saber. He secretly urged his spirit power and looked around. There was no one else around. He was the only one in the vicinity. He was on a street, and there were many shop-like buildings on both sides of the street. However, most of these buildings appeared to be dilapidated. Just now, when they entered the Immortal Essence City, everyone's formation was disrupted. Originally, the cultivators from the three forces had gathered together to give them an advantage. After all, there was strength in numbers. But now, it seemed that they would have to spend a lot of time to regroup. This was undoubtedly good news for those rogue cultivators who were alone. For a short period of time, they didn't have to worry about encountering groups of hostile cultivators. Who dares to trespass into Tianyuan City? Take him down! An angry roar entered Lu Ye's ears, followed by the sound of fierce fighting from a nearby street. There were also fluctuations of spiritual energy. Lu Yi was listening attentively when he saw two figures darting out from around the corner and running straight in his direction. They looked panicked, as if there was some dreadful monster behind them. Two unlucky bastards. Lu Yi cursed inwardly. He quickly looked around and saw a lantern hanging in front of a shop not far away. Without even thinking about it, Lu Yi activated his wind travel skill and dashed forward like lightning. He arrived in front of the shop, pushed the door open, and dodged inside. After closing the door, Lu Yi looked outside through the crack of the door. He saw that the two cultivators who were being chased hadn't run far when a shining rope flew out from behind them. This rope-like thing wasn't a spirit weapon. It looked like a spell to lock the enemy, similar to the legendary spirit binding chains. The spirit binding chains flew straight towards one of the cultivators. That cultivator was quite good. While running, he slashed with his hand and shattered the spell. He coldly snorted and said, "Insignificant skill!" Just as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 spirit binding chains flew over and wrapped around him like a rice dumpling. The cultivator fell to the ground and kept struggling, trying to break free. However, the more he struggled, the closer the spirit binding chains got. It was so tight that he couldn't breathe. What's the point of fighting with numbers? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. The cultivator shouted. Several figures silently passed by him and chased after the other cultivator. In just 10 breaths, a scream came from not far away. Soon, the cultivator who ran away was tied up and returned. The two looked at each other, speechless and choking on their tears. Through the crack of the door, Lu Yi saw that in addition to the 2 tied cultivators, there were several people in armor. The leader had a helmet with a long plume. These were the Immortal Essence Guards. They could be seen as the city guards of the Immortal Essence City. After the destruction of the Immortal Essence City for some unknown reason, the city guards in the city had all turned into spirit bodies. Even though this was a ruined city, they still scrupulously carried out their duties and guarded the city. This was the biggest trouble in Immortal Essence City, and the last thing that the cultivators who came here wanted to encounter, because the Immortal Yuan Guards were all in the 8th or 9th Order, and the leaders were even comparable to the 7th Order. It was said that there was also a commander of the city guards. As for the cultivation of Immortal Essence City's city, Lord, no one knew. No cultivator who entered the city, Lord's mansion, came out alive. The Immortal Yuan Guards were not to be trifled with. They basically acted in teams of 5 or 6 people, and each team had a leader. Ordinary cultivators didn't dare to provoke such a team. Just by looking at the 2 captured cultivators, It was clear that they weren't weak. One was in the 8th order, and the other was in the 9th order. However, when faced with this team of immortal Yuan guards, they were captured without any resistance. Take them to the dungeon. The leader of the immortal Yuan guards, who had a hair on his head, waved his hand and shouted. Lu Yi mourned in his heart. Everyone came to Immortal Essence City to fish for benefits, but as soon as they came in, they were captured by the immortal Yuan guards and sent to the dungeon. Although their lives weren't in danger for the time being, who knew what would happen after they were sent to the dungeon? It was said that those who were sent to the dungeon would be tortured. If they could hold on until they were rejected by Immortal Essence City, they could still save their lives. But if they couldn't, there was a high probability that they would die here. After giving the order, the leader rushed to the shop where Lu Yi was in a few steps. He stuck one eye to the crack of the door and looked at Lu Yi at a close distance. He said fiercely, "You dare to commit crimes in Immortal Essence City? This is your fate." After leaving behind a threatening sentence, the leader left. Lu Yi watched his figure disappear, but he didn't put down his hand on the hilt of his saber. He let out a light breath. The 900 spirit stones were well spent. If it weren't for the information recorded in the Jade slip about Immortal Essence City, he wouldn't have known how to deal with the situation just now. He would probably have had to fight with a team of immortal Yuan guards. According to the information recorded in the Jade slip, the buildings with lanterns hanging high at the door seemed to have some special power protecting them. The immortal Yuan guards wouldn't enter them. This was also the reason why Lu Yi rushed into the shop. At this time, a large number of cultivators had broken into Immortal Essence City. The city would definitely be in chaos for a while. Instead of running around like a headless fly, it was better to hide first and wait for the situation to stabilize before making plans. He didn't know how many people had been taken away by the immortal Yuan guards. Lu Yi turned around and quietly looked not far away. 10 feet away, there was a middle-aged man with a round figure and wearing an official's robe. He was rubbing his hands and looking at Lu Yi with a smile. He was a little unlucky. Most of the buildings with lanterns hanging at the door were ownerless. People could go in to take refuge when they encountered the immortal Yuan guards, but some of them had owners. These spirits, who had been dead for many years, rarely met living people, so they would often make some strange requests. If the requests of these spirits were satisfied, they could leave safely. But if they were not satisfied, they would have to pay some price. The price was often very heavy, such as life. In short, Immortal Essence City was a very strange place. Little friend, it's fate that we met. Do you want to take a gamble? This guy must have been a gambler when he was alive. Lu Ye's eyes wandered around the other party's neck, wondering if he could kill this guy with a slash of his saber. But considering that the spirit aura on the other party's body was comparable to that of a 7th order heaven grade, the possibility was not high. So he suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and decided to let him go. Okay. The fat spirit's expression became more and more amiable as he called out to Lu Yi, "Come with me!" Lu Yi followed the fat spirit into the room with his saber. There was a gambling table inside. Lu Yi saw this and knew that his previous guess was right. This spirit was indeed a gambler when he was alive. The fat spirit sat on the main seat and gestured with his hand, "Sit." Lu Yi pulled out the chair in front of him and sat down slowly. "This one is Lu Sanbao. How should I address you, little friend?" "Lu Ye." Lu Sanbao chuckled when he heard this. "Little friend and I are really fated to meet. Your name matches well. It seems that little friend is not a gambling addict, so you should not be proficient in this. Let's make it simple. How about a dice game? This is your place. You have the final say," Lu Yi replied casually. "Then it's a deal." He rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to go all out. He flipped his hand and a dice cup appeared out of nowhere. He took out 3 dice and threw them into the cup. A crisp sound was heard immediately. Lu Yi glanced at the dice cup indifferently and did not say anything. Lu Sanbao closed the dice cup and shook it gently. Then he slapped the cup on the table and shouted, "Big on the left, small on the right. Little friend Lou, you may begin." He looked excited. It was obvious that no one had gambled with him for a long time. "What can I bet on?" "You can bet on anything. You can bet on even a strand of hair." Lu Yi took out a spirit stone and threw it to the right. "Place your bets." Lu Sanbao shouted excitedly again. Then he opened the dice cup and laughed. 4, 5, 6 big. "Little friend, you have lost." With that, Lu Sanbao put away the spirit stone and closed the dice cup. He shook it vigorously and shouted what he had just said. "Big on the left, small on the right." Lu Yi took out a spirit stone and threw it to the right as usual. Chapter 261. Half an hour later, Lu Yi had lost 30 rounds in a row. It would be strange if he could win. The dice cup in Lu Sanbao's hand was a spirit artifact. The size of the dice cup was all up to him. Listening carefully, the noise outside had gradually subsided. Feeling that it was about time, he stood up and said, "I admit defeat." He turned and walked out. Lu Sanbao just stood there and looked at him with a smile. Lu Yi came to the door and looked out through the gap. The street was deserted and there was not a single person. He raised his hand to open the door, but he could not open it. There was no lock on the door, but it seemed to be locked by an invisible force. Spirit energy surged in his eyes, and the insight spirit tattoo quickly took shape. Under the enhancement of insight, Lu Yi immediately saw that the entire room was covered by a layer of array, making the whole room into an airtight hole. If he wanted to leave, he had to break the array first. Things were not so simple. He looked around, wanting to try to break the array here. After learning the way of spirit tattoos from Madame Yun for so long, he still had some understanding of how to break arrays. The array here was not considered complicated. Given enough time, he should be able to break it. However, he could not be disturbed. Lu Sanbao would definitely not let him break the array in peace. He slowly walked back and stood in front of the gambling table. Lu Ye's fingers touched the hilt of his saber as he looked at the smiling Lu Sanbao. "Open the array, I want to leave here." Lu Sanbao smiled and shook his head. "That won't do. Little friend Lu, our bet is not over yet." "How far is it over?" "That depends on how much you bet. When you have nothing left to lose, the bet will naturally be over." Speaking up to this point, he laughed mischievously. To a true gambler, anything can be used as a stake, including life. "Understood." Lu Yi nodded. "Then let's bet on your life. You can bet whether I can chop you to death." When the last 3 words fell, Lu Yi had already crossed the gambling table. He unsheathed his saber and slashed at Lu Sanbao with the enhancement of the sharpness spirit tattoo. The smile on Lu Sanbao's face did not diminish, as if he had already known that Lu Yi would make such a choice. Facing this knife, he did not dodge at all, and instead gently patted the dice cup in his hand, sending a die straight towards Lu Ye's face. With a clink, the Pan Mountain saber struck the die. The huge impact caused Lu Ye's body to lean back slightly and his speed to slow down. The other 2 dice also flew out, one on the left and one on the right. Roar! The sound of a tiger's roar resounded, and a visible wave of air rushed forward. At the same time, Yi flashed out from within Hupo's body. She raised her hand and cast a spell at Lu Sanbao. The smile on Lu Sanbao's face suddenly froze. His entire spirit body was slightly dazed by Hupo's roar. The 2 dice flying towards Lu Yi immediately lost control and were sent flying by Lu Ye's 2 slashes. In the next moment, Yi's spell landed on Lu Sanbao's body, sending his round body flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Sanbao's dazed expression regained its clarity. When he raised his eyes, he was met with a pair of amber eyes. Those eyes seemed to have the power to steal one's soul. Under the gaze of those eyes, Lu Sanbao felt panic and unease that he had not felt for countless years. This is Hupa, who had returned to his original form, opened his mouth wide and sucked in a mouthful of Lu Sanbao as if he were swallowing the blood veins on his scales. Lu Sanbao's spirit body was visibly twisting, and his chest was bulging. From the looks of it, he was about to be swallowed into Hu Po's stomach. Lu Yi looked at this scene in astonishment. Before he made his move, he did not expect Hu Po to have such an ability. Originally, he only wanted to kill Lu Sanbao and quickly escape from this place. However, after he made his move, he realized that Hu Po was suppressing Lu Sanbao. This kind of suppression was not targeted at Lu Sanbao, but at the spirit body. Hu Po had once transformed Yi into a nightmare spirit, so it had some unknown talent in this regard. If it were not for the fact that they had coincidentally entered Immortal Essence City this time, Lu Yi would not have realized this. No, Lu Sanbao screamed in horror and did his best to resist Hu Po's devouring. Even though there was a large gap in strength between them, this feeling of facing a natural enemy made him unable to display his full strength. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Lu Yi slashed at Lu Sanbao with his blade. Lu Sanbao's resistance immediately weakened by a lot. Lu Yi slashed again. Lu Sanbao's resistance weakened even more. His entire body was folded by the irresistible suction and pulled into Hu Po's bloody mouth. Save me, I was wrong. Lu Sanbao reached out to Lu Yi with a pleading expression. With a whoosh, Lu Sanbao disappeared. Hu Po burped, and the surface of its body flickered with light. Lu Yi and Yi looked at each other in amazement. They had thought that it would be a bitter battle, but who would have thought that it would end like this? Hu Po's suppression of spirit bodies was simply too fierce. Is there any change in Hu Po? Lu Yi asked. Hu Po had never shown this kind of talent before, mainly because he had never encountered any other spirit bodies before, so he had never had the chance to display it. Yi sensed it for a moment before shaking her head. No, something's wrong. Lu Ye's heart tightened. Yi rushed into Hu Po's body, and when she came out again, she actually pulled out another spirit body from Hu Po's body. Lu Yi took a closer look and clicked his tongue in amazement, because this spirit body was none other than Lu Sanbao, who had just been swallowed by Hu Po. So he wasn't eaten. Anyone who saw the scene just now would have thought that Lu Sanbao had been eaten by Hu Po, but now it seemed that Hu Po hadn't done so to eat this spirit body, but to transform it into his own nightmare spirit. However, Lu Sanbao's nightmare spirit was very different from Yi's. Yi had her own sentience, while Lu Sanbao's expression was dull, without any trace of cunning. Moreover, Lu Sanbao's strength had also changed. Originally, he was a 7th Order Heaven Grade Master, but now he was only an ordinary 9th Order cultivator. Lu Yi didn't know if it was because he had been slashed a few times just now. Can you control him? Lu Yi asked again. Hu Po tilted his head and thought for a moment before a light flashed on the surface of his body. Then the dull Lu Sanbao slowly moved. At first he was like a puppet, but soon he became flexible. He even picked up the spirit artifact dice cup that he had dropped on the ground before running to the gambling table and shaking it, shouting loudly, "Big on the left, small on the right, leave after you place your bets." Yi slapped Hu Po's head. "Don't be so naughty." Hu Po whimpered, feeling wronged. This wasn't under his control. He just gave Lu Sanbao a simple order, and Lu Sanbao acted on his own. A gambler would always be a gambler. Even if he had turned into a nightmare spirit, it couldn't erase his gambling instincts. How many nightmare spirits can you control? Lu Yi asked again. Hu Po whimpered again, and Yi answered for him. "I'm not sure. We'll have to try to find out." Lu Yi suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. "Let's go find the immortal Yuan Guardians." He asked Hu Po to order Lu Sanbao to open the magic formation in the room, and soon the group left. The chaotic situation in the city had calmed down a lot. Previously, when hundreds of cultivators fell into the immortal Yuan city, the situation was chaotic, and dozens of people were unlucky enough to be arrested by the immortal Yuan Guardians and sent to the dungeon. At this moment, the immortal Yuan guardians were also searching the city for cultivators. Once they found them, there would be no shortage of confrontations. The cultivators began to contact their friends and family, forming groups. In this damned place, if they were discovered by the immortal Yuan guardians when they were alone, they wouldn't have a good ending. Not only did the immortal Yuan guardians have a good cultivation base, but they could also use a spell similar to spirit binding chains. This spell was specially used to capture people. As long as one was bound by a spirit binding chain, there would be 3 or 4 more. No matter how strong you were, you would have to obediently submit. This led to a very strange phenomenon. At present, whether it was the Grand Heaven Alliance or the Myriad Devil Ridge, if they met face to face when they were alone, they would no longer be hostile to each other. At most, they would just brush past each other, because everyone knew that fighting in this place was really harmful to others without benefiting themselves. It was more important to meet up with them first. Due to the environment of the immortal Yuan city, there were no rare flowers or herbs to be collected. However, some good things could be found in the buildings occasionally, provided that they avoided the immortal Yuan guardians. Somewhere in the city, the sound of fierce fighting was constantly heard. Several cultivators who were traveling in groups were discovered by a group of immortal Yuan guardians, and they were fighting fiercely. The situation was not optimistic. 2 of the 4 cultivators had been tied up, and the remaining 2 were still fighting like caged beasts. It seemed that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. At this moment, the immortal Yuan Guardians team leader suddenly turned his head and looked in a direction, only to see a person's figure appear there, looking in their direction. "How dare you!" The immortal Yuan Guardians team leader shouted angrily, and with a move of his body he attacked. That figure turned around and ran away. One chased while the other fled and soon disappeared. After a short while, a tiger's roar came from that direction, and then there was no more. In the alley, Lu Yi looked at the dumbfounded immortal Yuan Guardians team leader in front of him with satisfaction. This team leader's strength was almost the same as Lu Sanbao's. After he was led here, Hoopa suppressed him, and Lu Yi slashed him a few times. Then he was swallowed by Hoopa and turned into a by-spirit. Now his strength was equivalent to the 9th order, the same as Lu Sanbao. After a while, Lu Yi and the team leader returned to the place where the fierce battle had just taken place. Lu Yi was in front, and the team leader was behind him. It seemed that the team leader was escorting Lu Yi. Several immortal Yuan guardians were still waiting, for cultivators were tied up on the ground, and all of them looked as if their parents had died. Seeing Lu Yi being escorted back, one of them glanced at him, thinking that he was another person who had suffered the same fate. But when he took a closer look, he felt that something was wrong. Lu Yi wasn't tied up, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes in confusion. Lu Yi had been paying attention to the immortal Yuan guardians, and when he got closer, he saw that they were also standing in place like wooden stakes. He immediately understood that these immortal Yuan guardians had no thoughts of their own. They were different from the team leaders, who at least had some intelligence and knew how to judge the situation. Ordinary immortal Yuan guardians didn't have this ability, and they were basically following the orders of the team leaders. This could be seen from the fact that they didn't even look at Lu Yi. Chapter 262. After confirming this, Lu Ye's heart calmed down. He turned to look at the bound cultivators and silently raised his hand, flashing the light of the battlefield imprint on his back. The 4 people's expressions changed. One of them forced a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, we are also from the Grand Heaven Alliance. Please save us." What answered him was a ray of light from a flying tool. That ray of light pierced through the man's head and flew out. It swept towards the others and killed them one by one. One of them shouted angrily before he died, "You will die a horrible death." Lu Yi didn't know if he would die a horrible death in the future. In any case, the person who shouted like that was already dead. If these people were really from the Grand Heaven Alliance, they would definitely show their battlefield imprints. Since they didn't show it, it could be confirmed that they were from the myriad Devil Ridge. Naturally, there was no need to be polite. The 4 immortal essence guardians were still standing at the side, as if they didn't see anything. Lu Yi instructed Hoopa. Hoopa rushed out and came to the side of an immortal essence guardian. Hoopa opened his mouth and sucked him in. That immortal essence guardian instinctively struggled, but it didn't have much effect and was quickly swallowed by Hoopa. Lu Yi did the same thing to the remaining 3 and turned them into nightmare spirits. After releasing the transformed nightmare spirits, Lu Yi found that their strength didn't change much. It was about the same as before. It seemed that Lu Sanbao and the team leader's strength had dropped a lot. It might be because they were cut by him, or the nightmare spirits transformed by Hoopa couldn't exceed a limit. After all, Hoopa's strength wasn't high. As for which reason it was, it still needed to be verified. However, even if it was the first reason, Lu Yi didn't have a good solution. If he didn't cut them a few times, it would be difficult for Hoopa to swallow them. This was an unsolvable situation. Now that he got 5 nightmare spirits, including Lu Sanbao, Lu Yi had a total of 6 nightmare spirits under him. No one had ever done this in the Immortal Essence City. Over the years, the cultivators who entered the Immortal Essence City fought with the Immortal Essence Guardians and the enemy cultivators. Every time they fought, their brains were almost beaten to a pulp, but they didn't gain much. This was because the Immortal Essence City itself didn't give many benefits to cultivators. The biggest benefit was a place called the Soul Cleansing Pool. That place could temper a cultivator's divine soul. The divine soul was something that couldn't be seen clearly and couldn't be touched. Spirit Stream Realm cultivators were temporarily unable to come into contact with it. However, once a cultivator broke through the true energy realm and reached the Spirit Sea realm, they would have spiritual will. The source of spiritual will was the cultivator's spiritual soul. Therefore, if they could take some of the water from the soul cleansing pond out, it would be extremely attractive to any warrior of the Spirit Sea realm. There was once a cultivator who coincidentally brought a few drops out and offered them to the elders of the sect. They were rewarded with many treasures. However, it was said that the soul cleansing pool was the core of the Immortal Essence Defenders, so that place was heavily guarded by the Immortal Essence Defenders. A group of Spirit Stream stage cultivators couldn't possibly break into the soul cleansing pool. Lu Yi didn't have any ideas about the soul cleansing pool. That wasn't realistic. What he wanted to do now was very simple. He wanted Hoopa to transform as many nightmare spirits as possible. This way, no matter what dangers he would face later, he would have a way to deal with them. If he could transform an army of nightmare spirits, then even if he faced the 100 or so cultivators of the Windflower Courtyard, Lu Yi wouldn't be afraid. He already had 6 nightmare spirits under his command. In addition, he also had Yi's strength, so he didn't have to be so careful anymore. He swaggered along the street with Hoopa, occasionally searching the buildings on both sides of the street to see if he could find anything good. The result was to his great disappointment. There were many buildings on both sides of the street, but he couldn't find anything useful in them. Lu Yi gave up on this idea. The Immortal Essence City was indeed not suitable for him to come and fish for benefits. The Boundless Mirage Realm was connected to this kind of place. It was really a bit of a scam. After an incense stick's worth of time, he encountered a patrol team of Immortal Essence Defenders. There weren't many of them, only 6 of them. When they saw each other, the captain immediately pointed in Lu Ye's direction and shouted angrily, "Take him down!" A few Immortal Essence Defenders immediately rushed over. To the captain's great surprise, not only did Lu Yi not run, but he also rushed over to meet him. As he rushed over, nightmare spirits appeared from within Hoopa's body to meet the Immortal Essence Defenders. In a split second, they were locked in a fierce battle. The captain on the other side was clearly startled, and his expression became even more furious. Impudent! When he finished speaking, Lu Yi had already crossed the battlefield of the Immortal Essence Defenders and rushed in front of him. "Hoopa! who was crouching on his shoulder, let out a tiger's roar at the captain. The suppressive force caused him to pause, and by the time he came back to his senses, a spirit-binding shackle had already bound him. It was the captain of the Immortal Essence Defenders under Hoopoe's command who had attacked him. Caught off guard, the captain was tied up tightly. Hoopoe had already rushed in front of him, opening its mouth and sucking fiercely. Beside Hoopoe, Lu Ye's hand was on the hilt of his saber, ready to attack. In the end, Lu Ye didn't have the chance to attack. After being bound by the spirit-binding shackle, the captain's resistance weakened a lot, and Hoopoe swallowed him up with a little effort. The other Immortal Essence Defenders were still fighting with their own Immortal Essence Defenders. Obviously, they were following their captain's previous orders. After Hoopoe turned the captain into a nightmare spirit and released him, the captain shouted in a low voice, "Everyone stop!" The two sides immediately stopped fighting. What happened next was simple. Hoopoe stepped forward and swallowed them all, one by one. The Nightmare Spirit team expanded to 12 people, including 2 captains, 9 ordinary Immortal Essence Defenders, and Lu Sanbao. Hoopoe still hadn't reached his limit. Lu Ye continued to lead him on his search. Immortal Essence City was very big, but there were also many Immortal Essence Defenders. They patrolled in small teams, so it was easy to find them. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter some cultivators in groups. If they were from Grand Heaven Alliance, they would naturally live in peace. But if they encountered Myriad Demon Ridge, a great battle would be inevitable. When those Myriad Demon Ridge teams saw Lu Ye, an 8th Order cultivator, alone, how could they be polite to him? But when they really rushed up, they were shocked to find that they weren't facing a single person, but a team of Immortal Essence Defenders. Spirit-binding shackles shot out one after another, binding those Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators before they could even get close to Lu Ye. Then, Lu Ye would step forward and kill them one by one. He had taken a liking to this Immortal Essence City. This kind of ominous place was very unfriendly to other cultivators. There wasn't much profit to be made, and danger was everywhere. However, to Lu Ye, this place was simply a holy land. Hoopoe's innate ability to transform into a nightmare spirit played a great role in this kind of place. The number of nightmare spirit teams kept increasing until Hoopoe reached his limit after 2 hours. Apart from Yi, he could only transform 31 nightmare spirits. Including Yi, he could transform 32 nightmare spirits. This completely destroyed Lu Ye's plan of creating an army of nightmare spirits. But this number was still a lot, enough to deal with most of the dangers in the city. After repeated attempts, Lu Ye finally determined that the nightmare spirits transformed by Hoopoe were at most 9th Order in strength. This was related to Hoopoe's own strength. Moreover, the more nightmare spirits there were, the greater the burden on Hoopoe. Usually it wouldn't be obvious, but if the nightmare spirits returned after a big battle, Hoopoe would become dispirited in a short time. Because the nightmare spirit's strength came from him, it would consume his strength when he recovered. He used to be like this. When she was injured or consumed her strength, she had to hide in Hoopoe's body to recover. Now that she was free of this constraint, she could cultivate alone and enjoy the joy of slowly becoming stronger. In addition, Hoopoe could also become stronger by swallowing spirit pills, which was double the joy. This was also the reason why Hoopoe and Yi's strength could increase so quickly. No matter who became stronger, they would improve at the same time. Nightmare spirits couldn't. Whether it was Lu Sanbao or the team leaders, after being transformed by Hoopoe, they lost their own sentience and could only follow Hoopoe's orders. When their strength was consumed, they still needed Hoopoe to provide them with strength to recover. Therefore, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing that there was a limit to Hoopoe's nightmare spirit's transformation. If there were too many of them, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Now that Lu Ye encountered Immortal Essence guards, he would avoid them as much as possible and try not to clash with them. After all, there was no benefit to fighting with them, and it would only be a waste of strength. On a street, Lu Ye's eyes were lowered as he strolled forward. Since just now he had a vague feeling that he was being watched, as if someone was secretly watching him. The one watching him should be a ghost cultivator. Only a ghost cultivator would have the ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. Although he was sure that he was being watched, Lu Yi didn't panic at all because he wasn't alone. If the enemy hiding in the dark dared to jump out, he would show them the strength of the Nightmare Spirit Squad. With so many nightmare spirits under his command, Lu Yi didn't even need to do anything to kill the enemy. He just needed to wait for the nightmare spirits to bind the enemy. Then he would go over and kill them. The difficult thing now was that he couldn't catch the enemy's trace. If they were outside, he could ask Yi to move out and search for the enemy's trace. However, he couldn't do it here. Yi had tried before. In this immortal Essence City, even if she was a spirit body, she couldn't escape underground. There seemed to be a layer of restriction underground. Not only was there underground, but there were also restrictions in the air. In Immortal Essence City, the limit of flying was 100 feet. You couldn't fly any higher. This was also the reason why no cultivator dared to fly in the air. 100 feet was too short. After a while, Lu Yi suddenly stopped and looked forward. In his field of vision, a group of people came into view. The leader was a tall woman wearing a short shirt that revealed her slender waist. When he saw this woman, Lu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly realized that the enemy who was watching him in the dark wasn't a coincidence. They were here specifically to find him. This was because he had glanced at this woman from afar in the valley. She was from the Windflower Courtyard. Had he been recognized? So she was here to take revenge? Thinking about it, thousands of people on the top of the Golden Light had seen his appearance, so it wasn't strange for him to be recognized. Suddenly, waves of spiritual power surged in all directions, and there was the sound of clothes fluttering. Lu Yi turned his head and looked around. He saw that the surrounding roofs were full of cultivators, and they were all looking at him with unfriendly expressions. Chapter 263. Before he knew it, Lu Yi had been surrounded. There were at least 20 cultivators surrounding him. To be able to gather so many people in such a short time and even set up an encirclement, it seemed that the Windflower Courtyard had been looking for him the moment they entered. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so efficient. For any cultivator, this was a hopeless situation. The tall woman walking over from the opposite side looked at Lu Yi with eyes full of anger, mixed with a trace of pleasure. She was about to get her revenge, so of course she was happy. The tall woman with a waistline stood a few dozen feet in front of Lu Yi. There were two people beside her. One of them was a fat woman. Her fat body was obviously abnormal. Even with her loose clothes, it couldn't hide the layers of fat on her stomach. Her skin was extremely white, making her look like a fat silkworm. The other was also a woman. She was petite and looked carefree. Her hair wasn't long and was casually tied behind her head. She carried a long saber on her shoulder. The saber was half as long as her entire body, forming an extremely obvious contrast with her petite figure. "Senior Sister Qing, is this the guy?" The saber woman looked Lu Yi up and down and asked. Her gaze was similar to Lu Ye's when he looked at his enemies. They were both looking for a suitable place to strike. The tall woman nodded slightly. "He's not ugly. It's a pity to kill him like this." The fat woman on the other side was also looking Lu Yi up and down. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Can you spare his life?" The tall woman said coldly, "Of course I won't let him die so easily." The fat woman covered her mouth and laughed like a barbell. "Thank you, Senior Sister Qing." She looked at Lu Yi again with a thought-provoking light in her eyes. "Lu Yi, do you know who I am?" The tall woman asked through gritted teeth. Lu Yi threw a spirit pill into his mouth and chewed slowly. "Who are you?" The tall woman's eyes were cold. "Then, do you remember Chushua from the Golden Light Peak? The female spell cultivator who flirted with me and was killed by me? After all, She was the second person to challenge him, so he had a deep impression of her. Previously, Lu Yi had planned to cause trouble at the Windflower Courtyard, so how could he forget? I'm Chu Qing. Chu Xue, Chu Qing, these names sounded like a family. In fact, Chu Xue had been brought to the Golden Light Summit by Chu Qing and challenged Lu Yi. It could be said that Chu Xue had died right under Chu Qing's nose. However, with so many experts from both camps present and the heavens will contract, Chu Qing didn't dare to act rashly even if she wanted to tear Lu Yi to pieces. After the battle at the Golden Light Summit, Lu Yi retreated under the cover of Feng Yuechan and Wei Yang, disappearing without a trace. Chu Qing originally thought that she wouldn't have the chance to take revenge in the future, but never had she imagined that she would actually see Lu Ye's tracks at the side of the gorge. At that time, for the sake of avoiding alerting Lu Yi, Chu Qing only took a few glances at Lu Yi before paying no further attention to him, and she was only waiting to enter the boundless mirage to get even with him. After entering this place, Chu Qing quickly gathered the people in the vicinity and at the same time investigated Lu Ye's whereabouts. Her luck was pretty good. It didn't take her much effort to find Lu Yi. She immediately led a group of people to set up an ambush, trapping Lu Yi here. Tell me, how do you want to die? Chu Qing was confident of victory. Under her lead, more than 20 people surrounded this place tightly. No matter what, Lu Yi wouldn't be able to escape today. Lu Yi swallowed the spirit pill in his mouth, lowered his eyes, and slowly raised his hand to press on the hilt of his saber. How do you want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, the wind travel spirit mark on his legs flashed, and his entire body turned into an afterimage as he pounced towards Chu Qing. Halfway there, 2 imperial tools flew out, turning into 2 streaks of light, attacking the 2 women on Chu Qing's left and right. How dare you! Chu Qing was furious and shouted, "Capture him!" Just as she said to the fat woman just now. She didn't plan to let Lu Yi die so easily. She wanted to capture Lu Yi first, and then deal with him properly. Otherwise, how could she vent the hatred in her heart? These days, every time she thought of Chu Xue's tragic death, she couldn't sleep at night. There were more than 20 people on her side, and there was only one enemy. Naturally, she could do whatever she wanted. The huge advantage in numbers was where Chu Qing's confidence came from. Not to mention other things, just the imperial tools of more than 20 people wasn't something Lu Yi could block. Suddenly, cries of alarm came from all directions. Just as the nearby Windflower Court cultivators were about to make their move, spirit binding chains shimmering with spiritual light shot out from behind them. Quite a few cultivators were caught off guard and were tightly bound, falling head first to the ground. Those who reacted quickly weren't bound, but they had no choice but to fight the enemies that suddenly appeared behind them. "Immortal Essence Defenders!" someone exclaimed. Not only were there more than 20 Immortal Essence Defenders behind them, but these Immortal Essence Defenders had also ambushed them. This was something they had never encountered before. Their group of more than 20 people had encountered several groups of Immortal Essence Defenders before, but those were only a few people in a group. Moreover, the Immortal Essence Defenders were inflexible, and only the captains had some intelligence. Ordinary Immortal Essence Defenders were all existences without thoughts or intelligence. How could they be a match for them? They were dealt with in a few moves. This attack caught them off guard, and their original advantage in numbers was gone. If they were only facing the Immortal Essence Defenders, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The Immortal Essence Defenders in this city were generally focused on capturing people. They basically wouldn't harm the lives of cultivators, unless the cultivators resisted too strongly. Under normal circumstances, the Immortal Essence Defenders wouldn't kill them after being bound by the spirit binding chains. The key point was that there were more than 20 Immortal Essence Defenders attacking them. There was also a strange spiritual body mixed in with these Immortal Essence Defenders. This spiritual body was a chubby guy wearing an official's robe and holding a dice cup in his hand. 3 bright dice were continuously thrown out, reaping the lives of the cultivators bound by the spirit-binding chains. In the blink of an eye, 3 people died at the hands of this chubby guy. Originally, they were ambushed by a group of Immortal Essence defenders. No one would believe this kind of thing. The group of Windflower Courtyard cultivators were beaten to the point of doubting their lives. This was naturally the work of Hu Pe, who was hiding in the dark. After noticing that he was being followed, Lu Yi didn't let Yi move around alone. There was no way to burrow underground in Immortal Essence City. It was too dangerous for Yi to move around alone. He directly released Hu Pe, wanting to find traces of the stalker. As a result, the information Yi gave him surprised him. There was indeed only one ghost cultivator following him in the dark, but there were many cultivators quietly approaching from all directions. Lu Yi knew that those people were going to ambush him. What else could he say? He sent a message to Yi, asking her to set up a counter-ambush. The nightmare spirit was usually hidden in Hu Pe's body and couldn't be seen. When it was needed, it could be released. It was the most suitable for this kind of thing. Previously, he talked nonsense with Chu Qing just to stall for time and wait for Yi's side to be properly deployed. Otherwise, if the people of Windflower Courtyard really attacked together, he wouldn't be able to stop them even if he had the defense spirit rune. The current situation was much better. The Windflower Courtyard cultivators who were lying in ambush were entangled by the Immortal Essence defenders and couldn't find the time to deal with him. He only needed to deal with the 3 people on Chu Qing's side. These 3 women were all in the 9th Order realm. But so what? Clanging sounds rang out as 2 streams of Imperial artifact light were sent flying by the woman with the long saber. She held her saber with both hands and used her saber technique, covering a radius of 10 meters around her. If one couldn't break her saber momentum, they wouldn't be able to get close to her. Although Chu Qing and the fat white woman were surprised by the change in the situation, they didn't panic. A stream of Imperial artifact light flew out from Chu Qing's hand and shot towards Lu Ye's right temple. On the way, Lu Yi slashed out with a saber, but the spirit artifact nimbly dodged and brushed past a saber. At the critical moment, the mountain coiling saber flicked upwards, sending the Imperial artifact flying. At this moment, Lu Yi was already 10 meters away from Chu Qing and the others. After his 2 Imperial artifacts were sent flying, he didn't care about them anymore. Even if he could use his clone to control his 2 Imperial artifacts in close combat with the enemy, he would still be distracted in the end. In this kind of life and death situation, being distracted would only lead to faster death. Before he reached the 7th Order realm, he envied other people's Imperial artifact techniques, but after he could control his own Imperial artifacts, he discovered that although this technique seemed amazing, it actually had a huge drawback. It was only suitable for a mid-range confrontation. Once it came to close combat, Imperial artifacts were basically useless. Of course, if someone could entangle the enemy and their companion assisted by Imperial artifacts, the effect would be very good. All methods were used to kill the enemy, and it all depended on how they were used flexibly. The mountain coiling saber slashed out at a speed that seemed slow, but was actually very fast. However, just as he swung his saber, a saber edge came straight at him. Lu Yi had no choice but to change from offense to defense and block this fierce blow. In the next moment, clanging sounds rang out as the spirit artifacts collided, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Chu Qing and the fat white woman were about to come over to help when suddenly spirit energy, fluctuations, surged out from behind them. The 2 of them turned around to look and were both startled. They didn't know when, but a team of Immortal Yuan guards had appeared behind them. The moment they turned around, spirit-binding chains covered their heads. Hu Pe had now transformed a total of 31 nightmare spirits. According to their original arrangement, they were divided into 6 small teams. 5 of the teams were lying in ambush for the cultivators from the Windflower Courtyard, while the last team was brought here by Hupa. Even if Lu Yi could kill enemies above his realm with his 8th order cultivation, he wasn't a match for 3 9th order cultivators at the same time. However, with the assistance of a team of immortal Yuan guards, things were different. The sneak attack was so sudden that even 9th order cultivators like Chu Qing and the fat white woman couldn't react in time. At the critical moment, the fat white woman leaned to the side and stood in front of Chu Qing with an agility that didn't match her fat figure. Spirit binding chains instantly shrouded her. Under the control of the immortal Yuan guards, the spirit binding chains tightened, causing her fat body to be shackled. The fat woman gritted her teeth and roared. The blood qi around her body was so abundant that it almost condensed into substance and surged outwards. Chu Qing flashed out from behind her, holding a short sword in each hand. Although she was a woman, she brazenly rushed in front of an immortal Yuan guard. The light of her spirit artifact flickered as her figure spun around, playing a symphony of slaughter. Chapter 264. The cultivation of the immortal essence guardians wasn't low, but because they didn't have intelligence, their behavior was rigid. So the strength they could display didn't match their cultivation. Their advantage was that they moved in small groups. The spirit binding chains was a technique that almost every immortal essence guardian was proficient in. As long as the enemy was bound by one of the spirit binding chains, the other spirit binding chains would follow. The cultivators of Lin Sen basically didn't have a good time when they encountered them. As the vice guardian of the Wind Flower Courtyard, Chu Qing's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. She rushed to the front of the group of immortal essence guardians, and the 2 short swords in her hands turned into a sword screen that enveloped one of the immortal essence guardians. In just 3 breaths of time, the immortal essence guardian's spiritual body was destroyed. However, she also had a few more wounds on her body. When she killed the immortal essence guardian, the other immortal essence guardians didn't stay idle, and they all attacked her with their spiritual weapons. After killing one of the immortal essence guardians, Chu Qing immediately retreated and shouted, "Chao Yin!" The fat woman who was bound by the spirit binding shackles immediately roared. She was originally bound by 4 spirit binding shackles, but after Chu Qing killed an immortal origin guard, there were only 3 spirit binding shackles left on her body. As she roared, her already plump body swelled up again. Her qi and blood surged, and she broke free of the remaining spirit binding shackles. Coming. The fat woman called Qiao Yin was obviously very angry. She took a step forward and charged in Chu Qing's direction. Just as her mountain-like body was about to crash into Chu Qing leaped high into the air as if she had eyes on the back of her head. She stepped on the fat woman's shoulder and lightly floated up. The 4 pursuing immortal essence guardians weren't so lucky. They were knocked off their feet by Qiao Yin, and the spiritual light on their bodies flashed chaotically. I'll stop them. Although Qiao Yin was fighting 1 against 4, she wasn't afraid at all. As a body cultivator, her attack methods might not be as varied as those of other sects, but her life-saving methods were incomparable to those of other sections. Therefore, even if she was fighting 1 against 4, she wouldn't have to worry about her life for a short time. As she spoke, her meaty palm slapped toward a charging immortal essence guardian. With a bang, the immortal essence guardian was directly sent flying, and the spiritual light on its body dimmed a lot. Be careful, Chu Qing warned before turning around and charging towards Lu Yi. They didn't come here to start a conflict with the immortal elemental defenders. In the immortal elemental city, the immortal elemental defenders couldn't be killed. Moreover, killing the immortal elemental defenders wouldn't bring any benefits. Their goal was to kill Lu Yi and avenge the death of Chu Xue. Therefore, they didn't need to get entangled with the immortal essence defenders. They just needed to kill Lu Yi and leave. Chu Qing stomped her feet on the ground and rushed forward. However, the scene that entered her eyes made her pupils shrink. That was because the woman with the long saber who was fighting with Lu Yi was suddenly sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Chu Qing hurriedly sheathed her sabers and pounced forward to hug the woman with the saber. The two of them rolled on the ground and hurriedly got up. Wah! The woman with the long saber held the saber with both hands and spat out another mouthful of blood. Ruoyan, Chu Qing called out softly. I won't die. Ruoyan coughed lightly as she raised her saber and looked forward vigilantly. In front of her, Lu Ye's long saber was pointed diagonally to the ground, blood dripping from it as he walked forward step by step. His eyes were slightly drooping, and the hair on his forehead cast a shadow over his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Even so, with just an 8th Order cultivation, he brought great pressure to the 2 9th Order Realm Masters. Senior sister, be careful. There's something wrong with this guy, Ruoyan warned. Recalling the short confrontation with Lu Yi just now, she really couldn't figure out how she had been defeated so quickly. She had thought that as a 9th Order Realm cultivator, she wouldn't be able to easily crush an 8th Order cultivator, but at least she would have no problem suppressing her opponent. But when they really fought, she was shocked to discover that this 8th Order cultivator's methods were extremely strange and impossible to guard against. He seemed to have an ability that allowed him to instantly make her feel as if she was carrying a heavy burden. At that moment, the pressure that fell from the sky almost made her unable to react. If it weren't for her keen intuition, she wouldn't have just been injured. She would have been killed. Chu Qing's expression became dignified. Looking at the young man walking towards her step by step, she once again recalled the scene at the top of the Golden Light Dome, on that blood-filled battlefield. This young man in front of her had fought 43 matches in a row with a 5th Order cultivation. Except for the first 5th Order cultivator, the rest were all 6th Order cultivators, but without exception, all of them had been defeated by him. No less than 20 or 30 people had been killed by him alone. That experience made Chu Qing understand that there really were immeasurable people in this world. Killing enemies above their realm was a common occurrence for them. So even though Lu Yi was only an 8th Order cultivator in the mountain valley, Chu Qing didn't underestimate him in the slightest. When this guy was in the 5th Order, he could kill so many 6th Order cultivators. Now that he was an 8th Order cultivator, even 9th Order cultivators might not be his opponent. That was why she had gathered more than 20 people from her sect to take action together, thinking that it would be foolproof. But she had never expected that the immortal Yuan defenders would appear at this critical moment to cause trouble, making her original plan useless in an instant. Even Xiao Yin was entangled by several immortal Yuan defenders at this moment. But now that things had come to this, she could only give it a try. Although Ruo Yen was injured, her injuries weren't serious. If the two of them worked together, they wouldn't be afraid of an 8th Order cultivator. Let's go! Chu Qing shouted and took the lead to rush out. The saber-wielding woman called Ruo Yen followed suit, her petite figure perfectly hiding behind Chu Qing. They had cultivated together, so they already had a tacit understanding of how to cooperate to kill enemies. Most of the time, they didn't even need to communicate with words. At the same time, Lu Yi also took a step forward, quickly closing the distance between them. The mountain coiling saber was covered in a fiery red glow, turning into an arc as it slashed down fiercely. Chu Qing met it with a short sword in her hand. She had planned to use her short sword to block the opponent's spirit artifact, then use her other short sword to attack. However, the moment the two spirit artifacts collided, she realized that she was a little naive. The overwhelming power coming from the opponent's spirit artifact almost caused her short sword to fly out of her hand. Chu Qing's pupils shrank. Was this the power of an 8th Order weapon cultivator? Even Xiao Yan's strength was only SO. Sensing that something was wrong, she immediately raised her other short sword to block the slash coming down from above. If she hadn't done so, she wouldn't have been able to block it at all. Just as she blocked this blow, the opponent's second slash had already descended. Chu Qing reacted in a panic, but the opponent's third slash had already arrived, almost piercing Chu Qing's chest. It was too fast. Although she had been thinking about killing Lu Yi to avenge her sister for the past few days, it was only after she really fought him that she realized just how terrifying this young man was. Not only was his blade heavy, but his speed was also extremely fast, making it difficult for her to keep up with his attacks. With such saber skills, she couldn't block the fourth slash. Sure enough, when Lu Ye's fourth slash came down on her white neck, Chu Qing completely lost the chance to resist. Fortunately, she wasn't alone. At this critical moment, a saber suddenly stabbed out from the side of her neck, piercing the mountain coiling saber. It was Ruo Yen, who had been hiding behind her, who had made a move. Sparks flew as the saber that would have cut Chu Qing's body was blocked. The saber flashed with light as it pushed back against the mountain coiling saber, almost reaching Lu Ye's face. Lu Yi tilted his saber to the side, dispersing the power of the attack. At the same time, he tilted his head, allowing the saber to graze his ear, cutting off a few strands of hair. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Qing nimbly spun the short sword in her left hand, turning it into a dagger and stabbing it towards Lu Ye's chest. However, not far away, a ferocious fluctuation of spirit energy suddenly appeared. Chu Qing didn't even think about it and slashed down with her sword, blocking the incoming attack. Following the direction of the origin of the attack, she saw a delicate girl standing not far behind Lu Yi. She was the one who had cast the attack. No one had noticed when she had appeared. The girl prepared another attack in front of her, and at the same time, Lu Yi slashed out with his saber. The two from the Wind Flower Courtyard were working together, and Lu Yi wasn't fighting alone. Yi had been looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately neither Chu Qing nor Ruo Yen had revealed too big of an opening. Helpless, she could only take action. This kind of fight was a bit dangerous for Yi. Fortunately, she was a spell cultivator, so she only needed to stand at a distance and cast her spell. Chu Qing and Ruo Yan's figures intertwined. The two women's spirit tools, one long and one short, worked together seamlessly. Everything within 3 meters was covered by their attacks. In the past, when the two of them worked together like this, they weren't at a disadvantage when facing 4 Grand Sky Alliance cultivators, and even managed to kill one of them. However, at this moment, their cooperation was still perfect, but they didn't have the feeling of being in control of the battle like before, because the rhythm of the battle was completely in the hands of the enemy. The speed at which the other party attacked with his saber was ridiculously fast. With the help of the spell cultivator, he wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2. The two of them had to use all of their strength to block the other party's attack. They could only block it, but it was impossible for them to counterattack. Their figures kept retreating, and their faces gradually turned pale. In such a dangerous confrontation at such a close distance, there was a risk of sudden death at any time. Moreover, at some point in time, clouds of fog began to gather around them. As time passed, the clouds of fog became thicker and thicker, as if something would rush out at any time. Both sides of the battle realized that the situation was not good, and Lu Ye's attacks became more and more ruthless. "Qiao Yun!" Chu Qing couldn't help but shout when she saw that she was about to be unable to block Lu Ye's attack. "Coming!" Along with the white fat woman's response, a rumbling sound was heard. The white fat woman forcibly endured the attacks of several Immortal Essence defenders and rushed to the front of Lu Yi. She slapped a fat palm toward Lu Ye's head. In Chu Qing's original plan, Qiao Yin only needed to entangle the few Immortal Essence defenders. With her strength as a body cultivator, she was completely capable of doing this. She could cooperate with Ruo Yen to kill Lu Yi as quickly as possible. As long as Lu Yi was killed, the remaining Immortal Essence defenders wouldn't be a problem. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Chu Qing had overestimated Lu Yi as much as possible, but when they really fought, she realized that she was short-sighted. If she didn't ask for help, either she or Ruo Yen would die. Chapter 265. Given the pressure Lu Yi was displaying, if one of Chu Qing and Ruoyan died, the other wouldn't be far from death either. Qiao Yin came forward, and the two of them crossed each other, allowing her to block the front. As a body cultivator, charging at the front was the most basic quality. Her fat palm slapped down at Lu Ye's head at a moderate speed, but Lu Yi had already slashed his saber at her arm. Even though the saber had been enhanced with sharpness, it still wasn't enough to cut off Qiao Yun's arm. It only left a bloody mark on her arm. When the saber met flesh, Lu Yi felt as if his saber had struck a piece of extremely elastic rubber. As Qiao Yun's flesh wriggled, the saber's power was greatly reduced. Qiao Yun's other palm slapped down, and Lu Yi kicked out, striking her stomach. However, not only did this kick fail to send the fat woman flying, it even made Lu Yi feel as if he had stepped into a swamp. An extremely strong suction force came from the woman's stomach. Her flesh wriggled, neutralizing his attack and wrapping around his foot at the same time. Lu Yi tried to pull his leg out, but he couldn't. Qiao Yun's palm had already slapped down, and the defensive rune was shattered. Lu Ye's head tilted slightly, and with a buzz he felt as if he were seeing stars. This palm was blocked by the defensive rune, but it still contained so much power. If it had really landed, Lu Yi felt as if his head would have been crushed. "Stinking brat, let big sister dote on you," Qiao Yin said sweetly, but her narrowed eyes were filled with an ominous glint. She opened her arms and hugged Lu Yi. In that instant her blood and qi surged, and she displayed an unimaginable speed. If he was hugged, even if Lu Yi had heaven-defying techniques, he wouldn't be able to use them. At that time he could only wait for death. Unfortunately, Lu Ye's leg was stuck in her stomach, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. At this critical moment of life and death, his eyes were clear, and he focused his attention. Flames curled around the mountain coiling saber, and he stabbed it straight at Qiao Yun's heart. At the same time, the saber flashed with a powerful light. Double sharpness. As the tip of the blade pierced into Qiao Yun's flesh, he could clearly feel her flesh squirming rapidly. She could resolve Lu Ye's attack, but it would be difficult for her to resolve this kind of attack. At the same time, Qiao Yun's expression changed. She pushed her arms forward, fiercely pushing Lu Ye's shoulders. A huge force came from the front, and Lu Ye's short body slid back several feet. 2 deep marks were left on the ground under her feet. Blood seeped out of Qiao Yun's chest. Her face was filled with lingering fear. In that instant, she felt as though she had 1 foot in the gates of hell. Several feet away, Lu Yi steadied himself and moved his shoulders a little. He was a little numb from the slap, but it was not a big deal. He thought to himself, what a pity. If Qiao Yun had made her move a little later, he would have been able to activate the Grand Thorn spirit mark on the Pan Mountain saber and let the other party feel what it was like to have a flower bloom in the body. Yi continuously activated her techniques, bombarding Qiao Yun's body. However, the fat woman simply ignored her. Her blood, qi, and spiritual power blended together, easily blocking the attacks. Lu Yi looked at the fat woman in front of him with a grave expression. He had to admit that this woman was very difficult to deal with. After all, she was an individual cultivator and not easy to kill. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was confident that he could deal with her, but he would need some time. And right now, what he lacked was time. The surrounding fog had become very dense, and it was surging more and more violently. Behind Qiao Yun, the group of immortal essence defenders that had been fighting her was now only left with a small captain. The rest were all killed by Chu Qing and Ruoyan. This was also the reason why the two of them did not intervene in the battle just now. Someone had to be responsible for stopping the immortal essence defenders. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. It was only now that Chu Qing had the time to size up the other side of the battlefield. What she saw shocked her. On the street ahead, half of the 20 or so people from the Windflower Courtyard had died. The remaining half were not in a very good situation. The Immortal Essence defenders were in charge of trapping the enemy, while the Fat Spirit was responsible for killing the enemy. The two sides cooperated very well. She felt a chill in her heart. She did not understand how the situation had developed to this point. In order to deal with Lu Thia, she had brought more than 20 people with her. How could the Immortal Essence defenders have ruined the situation? She was filled with unwillingness, but she had no choice but to accept reality. Chu Qing's eyes were red as she ordered, "Retreat!" Hearing her order, the cultivators from the Wind Flower Courtyard who were unwilling to continue fighting with the Immortal Essence defenders all retreated. The Immortal Essence defenders chased after them, gradually moving further and further away. At the same time that she shouted those words, Lu Yi had already charged forward with his saber. He had originally planned to go to the Wind Flower Courtyard to take revenge. Now that they had taken the initiative to come to him, how could he let them retreat so easily? Lu Yi could not be bothered with the others. The 3 women in front of him had to stay, especially the fat woman called Xiao Yin. This body cultivator was truly difficult to deal with. If he did not kill her, it would be very difficult to kill the others. The opportunity before him was because Chu Qing had given a wrong order. Lu Yi raised his saber and charged forward, stabbing it straight at Xiao Yin. After suffering a loss just now, Xiao Yin did not dare to be careless when facing Lu Yi. She raised her hand and slapped at the saber. However, her palm hit empty air. Lu Yi had already retracted his saber midway and stabbed again. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank slightly when she saw the saber flash with spiritual light. At this critical moment, Ruoyan charged out and blocked the attack for her. However, this was not the end. Chu Qing also charged out from the other side. The Immortal Essence defenders team that had been harassing them had been completely wiped out. With the 3 of them working together, Lu Yi immediately retreated. Even with Yi's help, he was still struggling to cope. The defensive spirit runes on his body constantly flickered, blocking the 3 women's joint attacks. "Go!" Chu Qing shouted. Although they currently had the upper hand in a 3 versus 2 situation, she could see that it would take some effort to kill Lu Yi. What they needed to do now was not to kill Lu Yi, but to find a place to hide as soon as possible. There would be a great change in Immortal Essence City, so they could not stay here for long. This was also the reason why she had ordered the cultivators in her sect to retreat. Xiao Yun turned and ran. Ruoyan also feinted to force Lu Yi back and fled with Chu Qing. Lu Yi chased closely behind them. Before leaving, he did not forget to retrieve his 2 imperial artifacts and put them into his storage bag. 1 chased and 1 fled, for figures constantly rose and fell on the roof of the house. As Chu Qing fled, she didn't look back, and her expression gradually became terrified, because behind Lu Yi, a dozen or so Immortal Essence Guardians were actually chasing after them. She was sure that these dozen or so Immortal Essence Guardians were the ones who ambushed them just now, because that fat spirit was shockingly among them. Shouldn't these Immortal Essence defenders have been lured away by the cultivators in her sect? How did they chase after them? Chu Qing really could not figure it out. She originally planned to stop and fight to the death with Lu Yi if he dared to continue chasing them. Now, she could only extinguish this thought. If she got into a conflict with Lu Yi at this time, no one would have a good ending. However, she quickly realized that Lu Yi was behind them. Even if the Immortal Essence defenders caught up, they would first deal with Lu Yi. With this guy blocking them, the 3 of them would not be in danger. The Immortal Essence defenders and Lu Sanbao were undoubtedly faster than the ordinary Immortal Essence defenders. After a short while, Lu Sanbao waved his hand and sent 3 beams of spirit light flying past Lu Yi toward Chu Qing. He wasn't the only one who made a move. The Immortal Essence defenders' captains also made a move. A few beams of spirit light shot out from the spirit binding chains. Senior Marshal Sister Qing, be careful! Ruoyan shouted in a low voice. The exaggerated long saber in her hand danced, blocking Lu Sanbao's attack. While running, Qiao Yin also flashed behind Chu Qing. She threw a punch behind her. Her abundant qi and blood almost condensed into a solid substance, scattering the spirit binding chains that attacked her. However, after being entangled like this, more spirit binding chains came down on her. Qiao Yin could only continuously wave her fists to block those spirit binding chains. Lu Yi quickly closed in. Run! Qiao Yun roared and turned to meet Lu Yi. She knew that she could no longer escape. Chu Qing and Ruoyan's eyes trembled. They suppressed the thought of returning to help and quickly leaped away. It was not that they were willing to abandon their companions, but if they did not leave now, even the two of them would not be able to escape. Fortunately, when fighting with the Immortal Essence defenders, as long as they did not resist fiercely, their lives would generally not be in danger. They would only be locked up in the Immortal Essence city's dungeon. With the strength of Qiao Yun's body, it should not be a problem for her to survive until she left. As for Lu Yi, there was a high probability that he would not be able to escape. He was not a body cultivator. If he was locked up in the dungeon, he would not have a good ending. Seeing Chu Qing and Ruoyan leave, Lu Yi wanted to continue chasing. However, Qiao Yun's already fat body instantly swelled up. Like a mountain of meat, she rammed towards him without hesitation. If he was hit by this kind of power, even if he activated his defense, it would be useless. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he raised his blade and slashed at the mountain of meat. When the blade hit Qiao Yun, it was supported by the heavy pressure spirit pattern. Qiao Yun immediately groaned and lowered her body, almost kneeling on the ground. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was sent flying backwards by the force of the collision. He landed 10 feet away, and the hand holding the blade was trembling slightly. Swish, 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 the Immortal Essence guards descended from the sky and surrounded the two of them tightly. Qiao Yin, however, smiled and looked at Lu Yi. Her eyes, which were almost invisible due to the pile of fat, were filled with pride. Now you can escape. Lu Yi moved his wrist and looked at her with a strange expression. He did not know what this woman was so proud of. Qiao Yun shouted, "I won't resist. Don't kill me. Take her down." A small captain of the Immortal Essence defenders shouted. Spirit binding chains came from all directions and covered Qiao Yun's head, binding her tightly. Qiao Yun's brows furrowed because she felt that something wasn't right. The Immortal Essence defenders were only attacking her and did not pay any attention to Lu Yi. Not only that, Lu Yi even walked towards her with his blade. Throughout the entire process, the surrounding Immortal Essence defenders were expressionless, as if they did not see anything. Lu Yi walked in front of her and stood still. He raised his mountain plate blade slightly and pointed the tip of the blade at Qiao Yun's chest. Lu Yi had seen many people who were not afraid of death. However, this was the first time he had seen someone who was so eager to court death. Qiao Yun's expression was terrified. Why aren't the Immortal Essence defenders arresting you? Chapter 266. Even though Qiao Yun tried her best to block the attack, the blade still pierced through her heart. Facing death, Qiao Yun suddenly seemed to understand something and looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. You are in cahoots. It didn't make sense that the Immortal Essence Guardians only dealt with her and not Lu Yi. Moreover, the ambush of the Windflower Courtyard was also destroyed by the Immortal Essence Guardians. If those Immortal Essence Guardians hadn't suddenly appeared, Lu Yi would have already been arranged by Chu Qing. Combining all the previous events, as long as Qiao Yin wasn't stupid, she could guess the truth of the matter. This made her feel terrified. A foreign cultivator was actually mixed up with the Immortal Essence Guardians of the Immortal Essence City. This news must be spread. She raised her hand with difficulty, wanting to touch her battlefield imprint. Another brilliance flashed on the mountain saber that pierced through her heart. Under the support of the Grand Spike spirit pattern, sharp spikes of spirit power exploded in her body. Qiao Yun's body trembled slightly, and the light in her eyes quickly disappeared. Hoopa appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto Lu Ye's shoulder. It didn't show up during the battle just now, hiding in the dark to control its Spice Spirit. Even if it was just a simple order, those Spice Spirits needed to be controlled. The surrounding immortal essence guardians turned into spiritual light and entered Hoopo's body, leaving only Yi. Without the binding of the spirit binding chains, Qiao Yan's fat body fell to the ground with a bang. Lu Yi put away the storage bag at her waist and quickly rushed forward. At this moment, on the streets, on the roofs of the houses, clouds of fog rolled over and over, and an inexplicable aura came out of the fog. Lu Yi had only run a few steps when a humanoid thing suddenly rushed out of the rolling fog nearby. This scene made Lu Yi feel strangely familiar. Every time he went to the Mirage Realm to temper his saber skills, those cultivators rushed out of the fog like this. He killed one after another, and a stronger one came, until Lu Yi couldn't resist anymore. At this moment, the humanoid existence that rushed out of the fog was completely wrapped in fog. Lu Yi couldn't see its face clearly, and he couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. It was exactly the same as what he encountered in the Mirage Realm. When he saw this situation, Lu Yi was even more certain that the life fruit core he obtained was greatly related to the boundless mirage. As for exactly what it was related to, he didn't know for now. Yang Kai wanted to test the waters, so he turned around and slashed at the humanoid figure. The other party only displayed 7th-order spirit chi fluctuations, so it was unable to block this attack and was directly split in half, turning into mist and disappearing. But immediately after, another humanoid figure rushed out from the surging fog, and his aura was stronger than before. Lu Yi turned around and ran. It was confirmed that these humanoid existences and rolling fog were the same as the situation in the Mirage Realm that he had entered through the breath fruit. These things were endless, and they were completely undefeatable existences. He rushed into a nearby building and quickly closed the door. However, the mist ignored the obstruction of the door and chased after him. Lu Yi cursed inwardly. Sure enough, only those buildings with lanterns hanging outside their doors could be used as shelter. The information bought by the Tianji Business Alliance was correct. He slashed out again, cutting the humanoid figure in front of him into pieces, and rushed out onto the street, moving forward quickly. On both sides of the street, there was a cloud of fog rolling every once in a while. Every time Lu Yi passed by, a humanoid figure would rush out of the fog and chase after him. More and more pursuers appeared behind him, gradually converging into a sizable team. He couldn't continue running like this, because he would alarm the humanoid existences in the fog along the way. At that time, there would be more and more pursuers. Even if he had some immortal Yuan guardians to help him now, he would definitely not be able to resist. Yi. Lu Yi called out, reaching out to her at the same time. Yi understood and handed over all the storage bags she had collected from the battlefield to Lu Yi before plunging into Hoopo's body. Lu Yi then took out a wooden bracelet from his storage bag. This was a spirit artifact, and he poured his spirit energy into it. After turning a corner, Lu Yi suddenly stopped running and put the bracelet on his hand. In an instant, a circular ripple spread out from the bracelet, and the ripple spread over Lu Ye's body. A miraculous thing happened. Lu Ye's entire body quickly distorted, and then he disappeared. The humanoid existences that were chasing after him quickly rushed to this place, but Lu Ye's figure was no longer in front of them. These existences that came out of the fog circled around in place for a while like headless flies before dispersing one after another. Lu Yi didn't move. Not only did he not dare to move, but he also tried his best to suppress his breathing. He even suppressed the flow of spirit energy in his body to the limit, for fear of revealing any flaws. The spirit artifact in his hand was given to him by Madame Yun. When she first learned that Lu Yi was going to enter the inner circle to gain experience, Madame Yun gave him a total of 2 things. One was the 9 Worlds map, which could be used to kill and trap enemies, and the other was the vanishing bracelet in his hand, which could be used to protect himself. The Nine Worlds map was a spirit artifact. Considering that Lu Ye's cultivation wasn't high enough, Madame Yun sealed 90% of the spirit artifact's power. Only then could he barely activate the Nine Worlds map's power. The vanishing bracelet wasn't a spirit artifact, so it wasn't easy to classify its grade. However, it was undeniable that it was an extremely special and useful spirit artifact. It could allow Lu Yi to conceal himself like he was doing now. This was a treasure that Madame Yin used an extremely rare spirit would core. With the concealment spirit pattern as the core and several other spirit patterns as supplements, it was difficult to estimate its value. The Nine Worlds map could kill and trap enemies, while the vanishing bracelet could protect oneself from enemies. From this, it could be seen that Madame Yin was worried sick for Lu Yi. She really hoped that he could be safe and inherit her mantle in the future. Concealment wasn't considered rare. Ghost cultivators with high cultivation could hide their bodies, but that was the result of communicating with the netherworld. Other than ghost cultivators, it was very difficult for cultivators from other sects to have such a method, unless they used precious spirit talismans. There was a type of spirit talisman called the concealment talisman. However, not only was it expensive, it was also very rare. Even the Tianji treasury didn't have it. Of course, this kind of concealment method wasn't unsolvable. Cultivators had their own perception. The higher their strength, the stronger their perception. Ghost cultivators were indeed good at concealment and assassination, but as long as their perception was strong enough, they could naturally sense those enemies who had concealed themselves. The vanishing bracelet that Madame Yun gave him was extraordinary. The only drawback was that after activating the effect of this spirit artifact, Lu Yi couldn't move. Therefore, Lu Yi had never used this thing before. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't use it casually. At this moment, if someone cast a large-scale spell at his location, then he would definitely expose his whereabouts. Fortunately, this time he was dealing with those humanoid existences that rushed out of the fog. They were the same as those ordinary immortal essence guardians. They were all thoughtless and unintelligent existences. After the pursuers had dispersed, Lu Yi revealed himself and rushed forward. On the way, he attracted a lot of pursuers. Moreover, the immortal essence guardians that were originally everywhere were now nowhere to be seen. It seemed that the immortal essence guardians were also avoiding these humanoid existences that rushed out of the fog. After running for a while, Lu Yi used the same trick again. He hid his body, got rid of the pursuers, and continued to move forward. After doing this a few times, he finally saw a hanging lantern. He rushed to the front of the building in 2 or 3 steps, raised his hand to push the door open, and strode inside. Just as he closed the door, a huge shadow covered him, and a great threat loomed over him. Lu Yi raised his saber and slashed. With a clang, it was as if he had cut steel, and sparks flew everywhere. When he looked up, he saw a broad figure standing in front of him. A palm the size of a palm leaf fan was slapping toward him. The speed of the palm wasn't fast, but it rolled up a wind pressure, which showed the power of this palm. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched, and he only felt that he was extremely unlucky. The body cultivators he met today were each more abnormal than the last. The woman called Qiao Yun from before was fine. She had a body of fat that couldn't be cut, but the one in front of him was even worse. Lu Ye's saber that was strengthened with sharpness just now didn't cut steel, but slashed at the other party's chest, but only left a white mark. If Qiao Yun's defense was to rely on her own fat to weaken layer by layer, then the one in front of him was to take it head-on. There was no reason to talk about it. When the palm came down, Hu Pa, who was crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder, cried out. The palm suddenly stopped above Lu Ye's head. The wind pressure rolled up Lu Ye's hair, and the mountain plate saber in Lu Ye's hand froze in front of the other party's eyes. The towering man looked at Hu Pa, then looked at Lu Yi. He withdrew his palm and scratched his head, A technique suddenly attacked from the side. Lu Yi was about to dodge, but the man standing in front of him slapped down. The wash basin-sized fireball was scattered by the other party's palm. Lu Yi didn't even feel the other party's qi, blood, or spiritual power. In other words, the other party had relied on his own physical body to accomplish this. This kind of physical strength was simply shocking. Giant armor. An angry voice called out. Yes, the towering man replied in a silly manner. Lu Yi looked to the side and saw a cultivator with a small mustache. Their eyes met, and the mustache man exclaimed, "So it's you guys. I thought it was someone from the Myriad Devil Ridge. It was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm sorry." Although he said that, his expression didn't have the slightest hint of apology. Lu Yi had a faint feeling that if giant armor hadn't suddenly stopped, the mustached cultivator wouldn't have cared if he was from the Grand Heaven Alliance or the Myriad Devil Ridge. He would have definitely killed him first. Killing cultivators of the same faction would also give him merit points. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, indicating that someone had died here. Lu Yi calmly glanced at the mustached cultivator, then sheathed his saber. The mustached cultivator welcomed him with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, we're really fated to meet again here." Lu Yi calmly responded. He looked left and right, then found a corner, walked over and sat down cross-legged. Giant armor came over and looked at Hoopa worriedly. His eyes were as wide as lanterns. The remaining immortal essence defenders were absorbing Hoopa's power to recover. This caused Hoopa to look somewhat dispirited. He needed a lot of nourishment. Chapter 267. Lu Yi couldn't figure out why giant armor and Hoopa liked each other so much. Back in the mountain valley, they had clearly met for the first time, but the man and beast were very close. Lu Yi didn't like the mustached cultivator very much, but giant armor's simple and honest personality made it hard for him to dislike him. He threw a few spirit pills into his mouth and swallowed them whole, then fed Hoopa a few more. He switched his secret art and his stomach buzzed. This immortal essence city is really dangerous. The mustached cultivator walked to the door and looked outside through the crack. Immortal essence defenders and fog. Who knows how many people will die this time? He turned around and looked at Lu Yi with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, did you encounter an enemy?" Lu Yi looked quite embarrassed at the moment, mainly because he had consumed a lot of energy fighting with the people from Windflower Courtyard. He also had some minor injuries on his body. An 8th Order cultivator is still a bit weak here. Would fellow Taoist consider acting with me? I promise you won't suffer a loss. No need. The mustached cultivator chuckled. Fellow Taoist, don't be in a hurry to refuse. It won't be too late to think about it. Although he said this with a smile, there was a hint of threat in his words. Moreover, he was blocking the door at the moment. It seemed like he was here to investigate the situation outside, but only he knew his real purpose. This mustached cultivator was really not a good person. In the mountain valley, Lu Yi refused his invitation because they weren't familiar with each other. After that, this person tried to rope in others, but even when the infinite mirage realm opened, he still couldn't rope in anyone. It was obvious that this guy didn't have a good reputation. Maybe he had some bad records before, so no one wanted to cooperate with him. In addition, when Lu Yi rushed in just now, he fought with giant armor in a hurry, but after giant armor saw Hoopa, he immediately stopped. On the other hand, this mustached cultivator threw a big fireball at him. He later said it was a misunderstanding, but was it really a misunderstanding? A cultivator's eyesight was very strong, especially when he was a 9th Order cultivator. Even if he didn't see Lu Ye's appearance at first, he could recognize him later, but he still threw out a big fireball. This undoubtedly meant something. Does this guy want to kill me and steal my treasure? Lu Yi secretly guessed. Ha ha ha. Let me know when you've made up your mind. Just as Lu Yi was thinking this, the mustached cultivator's smile suddenly became much friendlier. He walked away from the door and called out to Giant Beetle, "Stop playing with other people's pet beasts. Giant Beetle, come back." "Oh," Giant Armor grunted in response. It lifted its thick fingers from Hoopoe's head and strode forward to follow the spell cultivator into a room inside. Sitting down cross-legged, the bearded man's expression was one of bewilderment. He couldn't figure out who Lu Yi was. Just now he was almost ready to attack. It was not his first time killing someone from the same camp. To a lone cultivator like him, the Houchin Alliance and the Myriad Demons Ridge were all fake. Only his own things were real. He had crawled all the way from the bottom to the top. He had long seen through the true face of the cultivation world, which was the law of the jungle. The reason why he didn't make a move was because Giant Armor's attitude towards the other side was somewhat thought-provoking. The second reason was that he suddenly saw many storage pouches hanging from Lu Ye's waist. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would only carry one storage pouch. It was also possible to carry 2 or 3 storage pouches. All kinds of things were stored in different categories so that it was easy to find and retrieve. There were probably more than a dozen storage pouches hanging from that young man's waist. This was very abnormal. What's more, many of those storage pouches were still stained with fresh blood. This was the fundamental reason why the mustached man changed his mind. As a lone cultivator who had climbed all the way to the top, he knew one principle very well. That was, he could never judge someone's strength based on their cultivation. In this world, there were some people who didn't have high cultivation but were extremely strong. There were also some spirit artifacts in this world that could conceal spirit energy fluctuations and hide one's cultivation. He couldn't figure out Lu Ye's details, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Capsizing in a ditch was something he had always tried to avoid. But no matter what, that 8th Order boy was not someone to be trifled with. He didn't believe that he was just lucky to have picked up so many storage pouches. There was no such coincidence in this world. Those dozen storage pouches really made him a little greedy. After thinking about it, he raised his hand and tapped on his battlefield mark to send a message to Giant Armor. Giant Armor didn't know anything and just focused on eating. The mustached man poked Giant Armor and pointed to the back of his hand. Only then did Giant Armor react, look down, and shake his head. The mustached man glared. What did he mean by shaking his head? He was just asking Giant Armor why he liked this young man's pet so much, yet he shook his head? This big blockhead was hopelessly stupid. If you like it, how about we snatch it? The mustached man sent another message. No, Giant Armor didn't send a message, but responded with his mouth, shaking his head. The mustached man was so angry that his liver hurt. If it weren't for Giant Armor being so useful, he would have kicked him away. After being glared at by the mustached man for a while, Giant Armor knew that he had done something wrong again. Scratching his head, he lowered his head and continued eating, his expression soon becoming carefree. Separated by a wall, Lu Yi restored himself while cracking the seals on the storage pouches. It was quite uncomfortable to have more than a dozen storage pouches hanging from his waist. As for the malice the mustached man might have shown just now, he didn't take it to heart. If the other party really dared to attack him, he would be courting death. In less than 2 hours, Lu Yi finished cracking the storage pouches and destroyed one of them. The main reason was that Lu Yi didn't want to waste too much time, so he was a little hasty when cracking them. After transferring the useful items out, he threw away the empty storage pouches. He didn't find anything valuable. Generally speaking, it was hard to find any good treasures in a cultivator's storage pouch. Most cultivators had their own foundations, so the good stuff would be left in their sex encampment or in a safe place. What they carried with them was for recovery and battle. Only Lu Yi didn't have a fixed residence and had elders to protect him, so he had plenty of treasures on him. Hoopa ate a few spirit pills and recovered slightly, but it still looked dispirited. Lu Yi took out his scale and let it suck on it. Then he sent a message to Yi to ask about the nightmare spirits. He learned that more than half of the nightmare spirits had died in the previous battle, and only 14 were left. It seemed like he would have to replenish the nightmare spirits later. The nightmare spirits played a huge role in dealing with the ambush in the Windflower Courtyard. In that situation, without the nightmare spirits, Lu Yi could only run away. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly be a match for so many cultivators. However, with the nightmare spirits' help, it was different. The Windflower Courtyard had suffered heavy losses this time, but they definitely wouldn't be satisfied and would probably come looking for him. It wasn't difficult to replenish the nightmare spirits. There weren't many things here, but immortal essence defenders were everywhere. He just had to wait for the fog outside to disperse before he could act. After replenishing the nightmare spirits, he would take the initiative to attack. While the Windflower Courtyard hadn't completely gathered, he would find Chu-Ching and kill her. His goal was clear all of a sudden. Lu Ye's slightly depressed mood improved a lot. At the same time, in another building, 7 or 8 cultivators from the Windflower Courtyard were gathered. All of them were injured. Chu-Ching's eyes were filled with hatred, and Ruoyan sobbed softly. Qiao Yun was dead. She died not long after they retreated. The situation was completely different from what they had expected. They thought that after those immortal essence defenders captured Qiao Yun, they would lock her up in the dungeon. Even Lu Ye wouldn't be able to escape. However, Qiao Yun was actually dead. Qiao Yun was the strongest body cultivator in the Windflower Courtyard. This strongest didn't refer to her cultivation, but to her physique. Because of Qiao Yun's physique, her physique was comparable to those body cultivators who had already switched to cultivating heaven grade techniques. If it wasn't for her image being too unsightly, the position of garrison guard would have been hers. It could be said that Qiao Yun was a rare talent in the Windflower Courtyard. Because the Windflower Courtyard lacked body cultivators, every body cultivator was extremely precious. With Qiao Yun, the Windflower Courtyard's garrison was impregnable. Every time there was a conflict with the Grand Sky Alliance, Qiao Yun would take the lead and withstand a lot of pressure. It could be said that losing Qiao Yun was definitely an unbearable pain for the Windflower Courtyard. "What are you crying for?" Chu-Ching shouted. Ruoyan's sobbing stopped abruptly. As a cultivator, life and death are very common. Perhaps you and I will also have a day like this. If you have the strength to cry, why don't you think about how to live on? Ruoyan suppressed the grief in her heart and sniffed. Chu-Ching patted her shoulder. That Lu Ye definitely won't be able to escape death. In any case, our mission this time can be considered completed. We didn't come out empty-handed. When the fog dissipates, go collect Qiao Yun's corpse and cut off Lu Ye's head. We'll bring it back as an offering to our junior brothers and sisters in heaven. Amen, Ruoyan nodded heavily. Chu-Ching turned around, tears silently falling down her face. In another building, Ji Yan of the Divine Hidden Palace held his forehead. He had a terrible headache. It couldn't be helped. Gu Shenyang had been captured by the Immortal Essence Guards. He was currently being held captive in the dungeon. Gu Shenyang was unlucky. As soon as he landed in the Immortal Essence City, he was surrounded by a group of Immortal Essence Guards before he could regain his senses. Although he tried his best to resist, it was impossible for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He was captured on the spot. According to the junior brothers who saw this scene from afar, Senior Brother Gu's expression was one of extreme despair. If it was someone else who was captured, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that Gu Shenyang was the guardian of the Divine Hidden Palace. Moreover, he wasn't a body cultivator. If he was taken to the dungeon, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. The current Divine Hidden Palace could be said to be a group of dragons without a leader. Even though Ji Yan had stepped out in time to support the situation, his prestige was obviously inferior to Gu Shenyang's. Right now, he could only try to gather as many people as possible. After the fog dissipated, he would see if he could go to the dungeon and rescue Gu Shenyang. However, he also knew that this chance wasn't big because the dungeon was heavily guarded by the Immortal Essence guards. It wasn't that other people hadn't tried to break into the dungeon before, but no one had ever been able to break into the dungeon. The Divine Hidden Palace didn't only have to face this. They also had to face the hostility from the Sunlight Mountain and the Windflower Yard. If they knew about this plan, they would definitely obstruct them. The Divine Hidden Palace was no match for two people at the same time. Yen was having a headache now. Senior Brother Go, oh Senior Brother Go, why are you so unlucky? Chapter 268. In the room, the mustached cultivator would occasionally run to the door and look at the situation outside through the crack of the door. He probably wanted to see if the fog outside had dissipated. Lu Yi ignored him and focused on recovering. According to the jade slip he bought from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, the duration of this fog was not fixed. The shortest duration was 2 hours, and the longest duration was 1 or 2 days. There was no accuracy. Half a day later, the mustached cultivator checked and suddenly shouted, "Giant Armor!" Giant Armor, who had a wide figure and wore a tattered hemp garment, walked out of the room with his chest half exposed. The mustached cultivator cupped his hands at Lu Yi and said, "Fellow Taoist, we'll take our leave first. See you again." He had restrained himself and didn't dare to attack Lu Yi in the end. After saying that, he walked out of the room with Giant Armor. The two figures, one tall and one short, quickly disappeared. After they left, Lu Yi stood up and went to the door to look outside. After confirming that the fog had dissipated, he also left. He wanted to replenish the nightmare spirits under Hu Po's command, and at the same time he wanted to find traces of Chu Qing and the others. Lu Yi also had another idea, which was to replace the nightmare spirits with special nightmare spirits, like Lu Sanbao. The nightmare spirits, transformed from ordinary immortal essence guards, had a rigid fighting style, and it was difficult for them to display their original strength. The nightmare spirits, transformed from immortal essence guards, were much better, and Lu Sanbao was more flexible and changeable. After transforming into a nightmare spirit, he indeed didn't have his own thoughts, but as long as Hoopa gave him an order, he could execute it perfectly. He was much better than ordinary immortal essence guards. However, nightmare spirits like Lu Sanbao were rare, so he still needed to use the nightmare spirits of immortal essence guards. After the fog dissipated, the immortal essence guards and the cultivators who were hiding also became active. As Lu Yi walked along the road, he could easily feel the fluctuations of fighting nearby. Not long after, he encountered a group of immortal essence guards. Before the immortal essence guards could make a move, he had already taken the initiative. After a while, the group of immortal essence guards was taken down, and the number of nightmare spirits increased by a few more. Although he decided to replace all the nightmare spirits with immortal essence guards like Lu Sanbao, this kind of thing could be done slowly. It was more important to ensure the number of nightmare spirits first. Along the way, Lu Yi occasionally saw buildings with lanterns hanging on them. He searched with excitement, hoping to encounter an existence like Lu Sanbao, but unfortunately he didn't find anything. From the looks of it, there weren't many special spirit bodies like Lu Sanbao in the Immortal Essence City. 2 hours later, the nightmare spirit was replenished. Lu Yi had Hoopa release a nightmare spirit to follow him. He wanted to test something. After walking for a short while, a group of immortal essence guards walked towards them. The by-spirit that followed Lu Yi immediately activated the spirit binding chains and tied Lu Yi up. The distance between them kept getting closer and closer, and then they brushed past each other. The immortal essence guard that was walking towards him did not even look at him. It was really useful. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. The reason why he wanted to test this was mainly because once Lu Ye's plan was completed, he would no longer have to engage in unnecessary conflicts with the Immortal Essence Defenders. There was no benefit in killing those Immortal Essence Defenders, and it would be a waste of energy. Now that he could use the nightmare spirit on his side to make it look like he had been captured and deceive those immortal essence guards, he could avoid a battle most of the time. But now was not the time. He had to wait for all the nightmare spirits to be replaced with small captains. Just as he was thinking this, a few cultivators suddenly rushed out from a nearby building. A male cultivator in his early 20s in the lead looked Lu Yi up and down and said, "Fellow Taoist, please show us your mark." Lu Yi glanced at them and activated the battlefield mark on his back. The mark immediately emitted a blue light. "Kill him." The cultivator waved his hand, and the few of them immediately got into an attacking posture. Then they were shocked to see the spirit binding chains binding Lu Yi retract. One after another, ghost-like spiritual bodies floated out from Hupa, who was crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder. Before they could figure out what was going on, they were firmly bound by the spirit binding chains. Lu Yi stretched his neck and walked in front of the male cultivator, slowly pulling out the mountain saber from his waist. The man was scared silly and looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. "How can you control the immortal essence guards?" It was precisely because they saw Lu Yi being captured by the immortal essence guards that they jumped out to block his path. If he was one of their own, they would naturally save him and strengthen their side. But if he was an enemy, they would feel sorry. They never thought that there would be someone in this world who could control the immortal essence guards. "Do you know where Chu-Ching of the Windflower Courtyard is?" "I don't know." "Then you're useless." The saber slashed down and blood splattered. Lu Yi walked in front of the second person and asked the same question. "I know." "Swear the heavenly secret oath." I don't know." After a while, several corpses were lying on the ground. Lu Yi took their storage pouches. These people should not be from the Windflower Courtyard because there was not a single woman among them. They were either loose cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge or people from the Sunlight Mountain. Naturally, they did not know where Chu-Ching was. Anyway, pretending to be captured by the immortal essence guards was quite useful. Not only could he deceive the other immortal essence guards, he could also fish for them. Lu Yi wanted to keep doing this, but considering that he was tied up by the spirit binding shackles, he gave up on this idea. Lu Yi continued to move forward. When he encountered immortal essence guards, he would take down the squad leaders and replace the ordinary by Ling occasionally. He would encounter some other cultivators in groups, so it was inevitable that there would be some fights. But now, Lu Yi had over 30 Bai Ling in his hands. Those cultivators were no match for him. They had thought that there was only one enemy, but now, over 30 of them had jumped out. What a surprise! More and more storage pouches were collected. There were also some people from the Grand Sky Alliance. Lu Yi got some information from them. The cultivators from the Sunlight Mountain and the Windflower Courtyard were gathering. Obviously, they wanted to take this opportunity to kill all the cultivators from the Grand Sky Alliance. Among the cultivators who entered the Immortal Essence City, there were over 100 more cultivators from the Demon's Ridge than the Grand Sky Alliance. Most of them were from the Sunlight Mountain. Therefore, the Hidden God Palace was having a hard time, while the loose cultivators from the Grand Sky Alliance were forced to gather in the Hidden God Palace. It could be foreseen that it would not be long before the cultivators from both sides would have a battle. The outcome of this battle would determine the life and death of the cultivators from both sides in the future. Once the two forces from the Myriad Devil Ridge gained the upper hand in this battle, they would definitely kill everyone from the Grand Heaven Alliance. Two forces from the Grand Sky Alliance should have entered this place. Unfortunately, the force called the Overcloud Palace was still on the way when the Immeasurable Mirage opened, so they could not enter. When the cultivators from the Grand Sky Alliance saw that Lu Yi was alone, they tried to persuade him to join them. Lu Yi refused. It was safe to join the other cultivators from the Grand Sky Alliance, but it would be too late when the Myriad Demon's Ridge was ready. He seemed to be alone, but he actually had over 30 nightmare spirits. As long as he didn't encounter too many enemies, he could deal with them. He would have more freedom if he was alone. He could also find a chance to weaken the power of the Myriad Demon's Ridge. He had killed a lot of cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge along the way. Moreover, he hadn't finished his plan to replace all the nightmare spirits with squad leaders. Lu Yi stopped in front of a 3-story building. There was more than one lantern hanging in front of the building. Instead, there was a row of lanterns. He didn't know what it was. There was also a tattered, horizontal board above the main door. The original words on the horizontal board couldn't be seen clearly. Only the last word, Lu, was left. Lu Yi pushed the door and entered. A rotten smell came from the room. He couldn't tell what the room used to be. It was very messy now. There was also an old staircase leading to the 2nd floor. After searching the 1st floor, Lu Yi didn't find anything. Then he walked to the 2nd floor. When he entered the 2nd floor, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. There was actually a spiritual body here. Lu Yi had only seen Lu Sanbao, a special spiritual body that hid in the Immortal Essence City. There was nothing to say about this guy's performance in battle. He was several times more useful than those squad leaders. The spiritual body in front of him was a woman. She had a pretty face and a soft and weak expression. Her clothes were immoral, and she was holding a peep in her arms. Lu Yi didn't think that she was easy to bully because she looked weak. There were 3 corpses lying near the spiritual body. He didn't know which 3 unlucky bastards they were. Looking at their state before they died, it was obvious that they were tortured. Blood was flowing out from their 7 orifices. The frozen expression on their faces showed that they were in pain. Sensing the movement, the weak woman shyly raised her head and looked at Lu Yi. Her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. She was so beautiful that she could steal one's soul. She gently opened her red lips and said in a gentle voice, "Guest, do you know how to recite poems?" These special spiritual bodies that hid in the Immortal Essence City all had their own obsessions or hobbies when they were alive. Lu Sanbao was a gambler, so when Lu Yi entered his room, he wanted to bet with Lu Yi. The bet would only end when Lu Yi put his life on the line. Under normal circumstances, Lu Sanbao would win. This spiritual body's obsessions were a bit strange. She immediately asked Lu Yi if he knew how to recite poems. "I don't." "Then, do you know how to do it?" "I also don't." "Then what do you know?" "I know how to chop people." Lu Yi raised his hand and pulled out the mountain pan dao. The spiritual light on the spiritual body surface was even denser than Lu Sanbao's. This spiritual body was probably at heaven rank level 8 or even level 9. The Immortal Essence City was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The spiritual body glanced at the mountain pan dao. She didn't get angry because of Lu Ye's rudeness. She only smiled gently. But soon she couldn't smile anymore. This was because Immortal Essence Guardians floated out of Hupo's body one after another. In the blink of an eye, they filled the room. Woo-woo. The spiritual body was the first to make trouble. Her smile turned into a crying face. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She looked very sad. An invisible force swept across the 2nd floor. The spiritual light on the Immortal Essence Guardians' bodies flashed wildly. Even Lu Yi felt his head sink. Lu Ye's heart trembled. This was a sound attack. It was an attack that could be transmitted through sound. He had only heard of it and had never seen it before. He wanted to raise his blade, but he couldn't control his arm while the spiritual body was crying.